Thank you. Would the clerk please poll the council?
Zachary Urban,
Present.
Janice Hoppy,
Present.
George Pond,
Present.
Christy Davis, Tim Fitzgerald,
Here.
Larry Matthews,
Here.
Leah Dozeman,
Here.
and Mayor Starker is out of town.
Thank you. Councilors, in our packet, we have the minutes of November 26th, 2018, December 10th, 2018, and study session notes of December 3rd, 2018, and December 17th, 2018 for approval. Do we have any changes? Seeing none, they are approved as they stand. We have some proclamations tonight, and so I'll move to the podium. Proclamation for National Radon Action Month in Wheat Ridge, Colorado, January 2019. Whereas radon is an invisible, odorless, radioactive gas that threatens the health of our citizens and their families. And whereas radon is a leading environmental cause of cancer mortality in the U.S. and the 8th leading cause of cancer mortality overall. And whereas the Colorado Rocky Mountain region has been ranked Zone 1, an area with the highest radon potential possible in the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And whereas Colorado residential radon data has shown 50% of Colorado homes tested as being at or above the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency radon action level of 4.0 PCIL. And whereas any home in Wheat Ridge, Colorado may have elevated levels of radon, even if homes in the same neighborhood do not, and regardless of the age of the home. Whereas supporting recommended radon practices and policies to reduce radon exposure is important to protect our community's health and welfare. And whereas testing for radon is easy and inexpensive, and whereas identified radon problems can be fixed. And whereas Jefferson County Public Health, the Colorado Department of Health and Environment, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and the American Lung Association are supporting efforts to encourage Americans to test their homes for radon, have elevated levels of radon reduced, and have new homes built with radon-resistant features. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Wheat Ridge Mayor and City Council formally designate January 1st through the 31st as National Radon Action Month in Wheat Ridge, Colorado. In witness of whereof on this 14th day of January 2019. And I believe, is there a Mitchell Brown? Excellent. It's Mitchell Brown he's the Environmental Health Supervisor. Would you like to come up and say anything?
Thank you so much. So you guys have joined several of the other municipalities in Jefferson County, as well as the county, and several other towns throughout the Front Range, and encouraging its residents to take action against radon, the radon hazards that we do have out here. So thank you. And also, we do still have free radon test kits, so if you want to send your residents our way to test, to kind of the first step to making sure that you're staying safe. So thank you.
Chief, would you like to join me here for the next one? Recognizing 2019 as the 50th anniversary of the City of Wheat Ridge and presenting the Wheat Ridge Police Department Anniversary Badge to be worn by sworn officers beginning on January 1st, 2019. Whereas the City of Wheat Ridge was established in 1969, and whereas in the past 50 years, approximately 400 men and women have worn the Wheat Ridge Police Badge, and whereas the Wheat Ridge Police Department Anniversary Badge is authorized to be voluntarily worn by sworn personnel in place of their regular issued department badge. And whereas the Wheat Ridge Police Department Anniversary Badge commemorates the history of the department by depicting the first badge issued to Acting Chief of Police Jack Bramall in 1969. And whereas the first Wheat Ridge Police Department badge did not have any rank designated and was stamped with the number 1. All of the anniversary badges are the same, without rank designation, and are assigned as number 1. And whereas commemorative anniversary badges may be worn continually until retired from duty, ending on December 31st, 2019. Now, therefore, I, Janice Hoppy, Mayor Pro Tem, call upon those living and working in Wheat Ridge and upon our business community as well as service civil, and educational organizations to join us in celebrating the 50th anniversary of Wheat Ridge throughout 2019 and with the issuance of the Wheat Ridge Police Department Anniversary Badge. To honor the service of the more than 400 men and women who have worn the badge of the Wheat Ridge Police Department from 1969 to 2019, in witness thereof on the 14th day of January 2019.
Thanks. So what you see on the screen there on the left is Jack Bramble's badge. It's the very first badge that was issued in Wheat Ridge. It's brass. It's not very remarkable in itself. There was no rank designation, and it was number 1. There were 9 badges that were issued. There were 9 officers that were issued badges at that time. That's the number 1. And so we took that badge and we put it in the center of our 50th anniversary badge so that everybody will have the same badge for a year. And then we'll retire that badge and go back to our regular badges. I just wanted to do just a couple of slides. This is Jack Bramble. He was a city council person, one of the founders of, certainly on that first city council in 1969 when the city was founded. And he was a reserve deputy for the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, and he taught officers how to ride motorcycles. He taught officers in Jefferson County and the Colorado State Patrol how to ride motorcycles. That's how he got his experience in law enforcement. And he was the acting chief of police for just a few months. I think the first 100 days when they just had started the city before a professional chief was hired. Jack didn't take any pay. He did it for free. Well, I don't know if he made money as a council person. You don't make much, but probably even less in 1969, right? So here's Jack with the first police car that was purchased in 1969 off the lot at the dealership at 38th and Wadsworth. And it's a 1969 Ford Custom 500. We still have that car. Right now it's in the body shop and it's being painted, and it will be out in a few months to participate in some of the festivities for the 50th anniversary celebration this year, definitely in the Carnation Festival Parade. And Jack Bramble came to the PD in 2005, and we recreated that picture of him standing next to a police car, and that's when he gave us the badge. Here he is with Chief Brennan at that time. So just wanted to show a couple of shots of Jack Bramble. He passed away in about 2010. So he's not with us anymore, but he did donate his badge to us, and we treat that with a lot of respect. So thanks very much.
And council and citizens, I'd just like to recognize Division Chief Jim Lawrence for his work both on coming up with the idea for this badge. He actually came up with the concept and the design for the badge, and also for his work in getting Unit Number 1 back up and running, and something that we can use in crime prevention events and other community events that really take us back to the beginning of the city. So if we could give Jim a quick round of applause for his work.
Okay, I am asking for approval of agenda for our meeting tonight. I believe that Mr. Goff has one change on the agenda.
We have citizens' right to speak as first. Mr.
sorry.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem?
You just told me to approve the agenda.
Okay. Mr. Pond, you're incorrect.
But not the Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, well, then we're going to move to citizens' right to speak. And we will start with Margaret Nelson, please.
I'm Margaret Nelson, 9865 West 37th Avenue. I wanted to just speak to you for a minute about the property to the north of me. I'm at 37th and Johnson, and the vacant lot to the north of me is the one that was under consideration last year for development as a high-density zoning. It's about an acre and a third, and the developer, when I would tell him, you know, I really don't care what you build there, I just don't want the high-density zoning, he would say, well, it's over an acre, so we can't zone it R2, it's impossible. But my point that I would like to make is that there's a drainage ditch that runs through there between our two properties that in fact is, the bottom of the ditch apparently is the property line. And so basically there's a portion of that property that can't be developed because you got to maintain the drainage that runs under a culvert under Johnson and goes to the drainage on the other side of the street. And I figure probably the next time somebody wants to develop that, you might just suggest that they subdivide it, take that third of an acre approximately to be used as open space to maintain the drainage. The city can maintain that drainage as it should. And then you'd have an acre or less, and you could zone it R2, and I really doubt, I can't speak for my neighbors, but I really doubt that anybody'd kick too hard if you zoned it R2 and developed it in just to be more compatible with the neighborhood. So that's my proposal, and I hope you'll keep that in mind the next time, and it probably will be soon that it comes up for development again. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liz Griffin.
I'm here representing the Wheat Ridge High School.
I'm sorry, I should have explained. Can you please tell us your first name, spell your last name, and give us your address? Thank you.
It's Lisa Griffin, 4430 Cody Street, Griffin. I'm here representing the Wheat Ridge High School After Prom Committee. And the After Prom Committee provides a drug and alcohol-free event for 250 to 400 students every year. It costs about $8,000 to put on, and we believe we're providing a safe place for our teenagers to have a party after prom is in April. And in the past, you all have supported this event with your public outreach funds, and right now you have a letter on your desk of that request. And we are asking for your continued support. And if you have any questions, I'll do my best to try to answer, or I can get back to you. But thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Clark. And Garrett Lucan is next.
So I'm in fact John Clark, live at 4665 Swadley. I just wanted to take a couple minutes. I actually was going to have both my sons here. And then two things happened on the way. A, I realized that the mayor wasn't going to be here, and B, they messed up his jacket. So I was going to have both my sons here to present the jacket that he won at last year's Jeffco Fair. And they have quite a presentation, but they messed it up and they put lambs on it. And as Zach could probably tell you, that was no lamb, that was a pig. So they're gonna get that changed, and hopefully like spring break, we can come back and get that presentation to the mayor and his jacket. Just in time for spring and summer where we don't need a jacket. But I will talk real quickly about the stock show, and unless you've been living under a rock, you probably know it's here. It is touted as the 16 best days of January. At the Clark household, it's the 16 crazy-ass days in January, second only to the second week of August at Jeffco Fair. But I'd just like to say that we have a lot of local Jeffco 4-H kids showing at the national show. My last count was 11. There may be 12. And we have kids showing from Catch a Calf, which was yesterday or 2 days ago, 2 kids there. The Llama and Alpaca show, the Swine show, the Poultry show, the Prospect Steer show, and the Miniature Hereford show. So if there's any way that any of you guys are going to go to the stock show, if you could kind of look that up and at least support those 4-H kids. They're raising these animals in their own backyard or in your backyard, and they're working their ass off, and they really, really do a good job. And then they go down on the national stage, and it's a good show. So I just ask for your guys' support. Thank you.
Thank you. Garrett Lucan is next.
Hi, my name is Garrett Lucken. I'll keep this very brief. I work for Congressman Perlmutter, and I was just recently assigned the City of Wheat Ridge. So I just wanted to introduce myself, say hi to you folks, let you know I'll be sitting in on some of these city council meetings, and look forward to getting to know all of you and just to hear all the great things you guys are doing in Wheat Ridge. So thank you.
Do you have a card?
Thank you. We have Miss Millie Nadler, and then Sharon Heinel is after her, and then Odarka.
Hi, Millie Nadler, NADLER, 4710 Reed Street. The Cultural Commission would like to introduce to City Council our first Wheat Ridge poet in residence, Sharon Heinlein. To further our cultural vision and support our 50th anniversary, we thought this was the perfect time to institute the Poet in Residence program. Sharon was selected by a committee of the Cultural Commission from a group of applicants for her poem, Neighborly Inspiration, and for her connection and her commitment to the community. She will be writing and reading her poetry during a number of celebratory and community events throughout the year. Next year, she will conduct poetry education programs at local schools. I'd like to thank Mayor Starker and Councilman Larry Matthews for their generous contributions to this program, as we are now closer to our funding goals. As Sharon says, poetry is a gift to us, and Sharon is a gift to our city. And I now present Sharon Heinlein, Poet in Residence. And I'd like to give her the rest of my 3 minutes.
Thank you, Millie, and the Cultural Commission. It's a really great honor to represent Wheat Ridge in this way and to serve the citizens of Wheat Ridge in this way. I actually have written a poem for you all, but I'm not going to read it because it's longer. But I am going to read you the poem that I had submitted when I applied to be poet in residence. It's called Neighborly Inspiration. 82-year-old next door said, "Stand at Bow Cabin and feel the preserved bones of this Golden Ridge place. Dream a picture of beads of sweat with necklaces of dust on miners, farmers, women pioneers' faces and bodies. Now take me over to Crown Hill Park, close to my wife. Walk our talk there and hear the geese laughing, all facing one way, above the lake that is more than water. And you can't miss our historical tower of memories." At 97, he reminded me art souls lived in our parks. Truth and discovering the stars and symbols in stone, windows for past, present, and future Ridge life cultivators. He left me still looking right after the Carnation Parade. And I want to honor John, who was the neighbor that inspired this. He's been gone a while now, but he brought so much to my life. And I will pass these poems that are dedicated to you out. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next up is Ordarka Figlis.
I just have a little housekeeping thing to request, and I would respectfully request that on city council nights, if you could please keep that door between the police department and this lobby unlocked. It's very uncomfortable, I think, for most women to park in that lot and then have to walk around the back of the building. So I didn't feel good about doing that, so I parked out front, but then I was walking down an icy street, and I'm pretty able-bodied, but I think of some of our more senior citizens that's just, it's just hard access, and yet we have that great parking lot, and if we could just enter the building from there, that would really help. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all for our citizens' right to speak, and now move to the approval of the agenda, and I believe Mr. Don has
Under consent agenda, we ask that City Council pulls item B. We'd like to request an amendment to the resolution.
Thank you. Okay, moving on with our agenda. The consent agenda, would Councilmember Pond please present this item?
Yes. And Patrick, is that, you want me to read that and then I'm pulling it for the vote and talking about it, or you want me to just leave it out for right now?
I would leave it out.
Thanks. Consent agenda item A, motion to approve quarterly payments to the Jefferson County Communications Authority for E911 call taking and police radio dispatch services not to exceed $645,742 for 2019, and C, resolution number 2, 2019, approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Lakewood and the City of Wheat Ridge for crime lab scene services. Is the motion in order?
Motion is in order.
Thank you. I move to approve consent agenda items A and C.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Will the clerk please pull
Who
the
was the
council?
second?
Mr. Urban. The clerk please pull the council.
Has everybody voted?
Thank you. Mr. Pond, can you please?
Motion carries 7-0.
Mr. Pond, can you please continue with consent agenda item B?
Resolution number 01-2019, approving an amended police recruit training agreement to provide law enforcement academy training for 9 Wheat Ridge police recruits at the Combined Regional Academy.
Second.
I believe that the amount was incorrect in the memo.
That is correct. And Chief Brennan will give a quick update on that.
Thank you, Patrick. Just wanted to make council aware that the Jefferson County Lakewood Regional Academy has increased the cost for recruits to attend this academy from $6,000 per recruit to $6,500. So we currently have money in our training fund for that, but they didn't advise us until we didn't learn of this until right after we had submitted this paperwork. Everything else that's in the document agreement stands. I'd also point out that this is a 5-year agreement as opposed to the agreements that we had to sign per academy class. So hopefully we won't have to continue to bring this back every time we have an academy class.
Thank you, Chief. So I believe that we have a motion and a second, but we need an amendment to change the resolution.
Yeah, just amendment to increase the per recruit cost from $6,000 to $6,500.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the item?
We're voting on the amendment now.
And we'll be voting on the amendment. Will the clerk please pull the council on the amendment?
Second.
Mr. Urban.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. And if we then need to vote on the original motion. Will the clerk please?
Let me
counsel?
clear.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 2. Item number 2 is a public hearing on second reading. I'd ask Councilmember Urban to please introduce item number 2.
Council Bill number, oh geez, it just went blank. 1 second, just as I started reading. Council Bill 32, 2018, an ordinance approving the rezoning of property located at 6985 West 38th Avenue from Commercial 1 to Mixed Use Neighborhood, case number WZ 1821, BARDA.
Thank you, Councilmember Urban. Can we please have an ordinance number?
This will be ordinance number 1662.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing. For all those who, this is a quasi-judicial case, so all those who intend to speak on this matter, will you please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in to speak on this matter? Do you swear to tell the truth as you know it in this matter? Thank you. Mr. Goff, we have a staff presentation.
We do. Mr. Scott Cutler, our planner 2, I believe. He's just been promoted to planner 2. So, Mr. Cutler.
All right. Good evening, everyone. As Patrick said, I'm Scott Cutler. I'm a planner with the Community Development Department. I'd like to enter into the public record the contents of the case file, the zoning ordinance, the comprehensive plan, and this presentation, the properties within the city of Wheat Ridge, and all appropriate notification and posting requirements have been met. Therefore, City Council has the jurisdiction to hear the case. This is the property in question. The subject property is outlined in red. It's located on 38th Avenue between Reed and Quay Streets, and north is to the top in this image. The parcel is approximately 7,000 square feet, about 1/6 of an acre, and is rectangular in shape. There are a few parking spaces in front along 38th Avenue, and then a few spaces behind as well. And just to orient you to the location, Colorado Plus Brew Pub is to the west, and Quality Auto is to the east. This is current zoning of the property. The property is zoned C1, Commercial 1. It's entirely surrounded by the mixed-use neighborhood zone district. Zoning here is more uniform than we see in other parts of the city, and I just wanted to provide a little background and explain why that current property is zoned C1. The city created mixed-use districts in 2010, and the MUN district was specifically crafted for a corridor like 38th Avenue, allowing for a mix of uses, calling for high-quality design from new buildings, and recognizing that the scale of businesses and buildings should be relatively smaller in scale as compared with an area like Wadsworth. After creating the district in the zoning code, City Council engaged the property owners on 38th Avenue, and ultimately Council legislatively rezoned the segment of 30th Avenue between Wadsworth and Sheridan to MUN. That happened in late 2012. And the purpose of the city-initiated zone change was to unify the zone so that over time there would be more uniformity and consistency along the corridor. As part of the rezoning, there was a period of time when property owners could opt out on 30th Avenue of the MUN rezoning. And of 159 properties, 7 opted out, including this property in 2012. This is a view of the existing conditions looking across 38th Avenue. Neighboring buildings can be seen to the left and right, which are on separate properties, and again, those properties are zoned MUN. The building was constructed in 1950 and is attached actually to the building on the right. That's not uncommon along 30th Avenue or for development of that time. First floor is currently vacant. There's commercial space on the first floor. Previously was a dental clinic. And then on the upstairs, there's 4 apartments. The applicant has purchased the property and plans to upgrade the inside and outside of the building. It's a view of the property looking northeast, showing the side of the building. You can see the apartment windows on the second floor. And currently the site is a little bit in disrepair. Under the current zoning, the number of residential units is considered legally non-conforming. So in the C1 zone district, residential is only allowed in a very limited way, and by today's C1 standards would be limited to 1 unit in this building. The MUN does not have that same limitation because residential uses are permitted as a primary use or in combination with commercial. While the residential units can remain under the current zoning in the existing building, the MUN would allow the property to become conforming. Parking is another consideration. As part of creating the MU code standards in 2010, Planning Commission and Council consciously introduced more flexibility for parking and shared parking standards. This is helpful for this property and many others on 38th Avenue, which are fairly small in size and do not have space for a large on-site parking lot. As a requirement for the zone change process, we held a neighborhood meeting in October 2018. We had 4 folks from the neighborhood attend, and those notes were included in the staff report. The neighbors were generally supportive of the project. Wheat Ridge is not a full-service city, so we sent it out, the application out on referral to outside agencies and completed an internal review as well. There were no concerns from those outside agencies, and the building division of Wheat Ridge is working with the applicant on those proposed renovations. Before the hearing, the property was also posted for 15 days. And letters were sent to property owners within a 300-foot radius. We did not receive any phone calls or letters from the surrounding residents or property owners. We use several criteria to evaluate a zone change request, which includes consistency with the comp plan. And this is an excerpt from the comprehensive plan. The site is shown as a star. 38th Avenue is designated as the city's main street corridor. Ideally, it has a mix of uses, small-scale mixed-use infill, locally owned businesses, and is a walkable and distinct area. The MUN zoning standards were again created specifically for a corridor like 30th Avenue, and the property would have already been rezoned to MUN if the prior property owner had not opted out at the time. Staff believes that the proposed MUN zoning is consistent with the policies and goals in the comprehensive plan. So staff concludes that the request does meet the zone change criteria, and a detailed analysis of those criteria were included in your staff report. The request is supported by the comprehensive plan. The request will bring the property into conformance with the zoning along the corridor and brings a long existing use into conformance with zoning. And on November 15th, Planning Commission recommended approval of the request. For these reasons, again, staff recommends approval. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is in attendance as well if you have questions for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Would council like to ask questions of staff at this moment? Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you. I'm just curious, other than MUN, what other zoning, existing zoning classifications might be applicable to this particular property?
There's the C1 zoning, which is the current zoning. So we would consider that legally non-conforming because of the residential units. There aren't other options to rezone a property to unless they went to a planned development. But that would be more appropriate for a new development versus an existing building.
So I'm just curious, if we were to turn this down, what would happen to the existing property? Do they have some kind of grandfather rights that, the building use existed before 2010?
Yes, so they still have those allowance of the legally non-conforming residential units, so those could remain. The commercial use, it's zoned commercially, so they could have commercial in the bottom of the building. We're really just trying to get the property to be more in conformance with the surrounding properties and facilitate that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council for the staff? The applicant is present. Would the applicant like to say anything at this time?
No, all right. Should be questions.
And we have nobody signed up for the public testimony. Is there anyone who neglected to sign up who would like to speak right now? Great. Before I close the public hearing, I just want to ask one more time if anybody has any questions for the applicant or staff. Close the public hearing. I'll ask Councilmember Urban for a motion, please. It's in order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I move to approve Council Bill number 32-2018, an ordinance approving the rezoning of property located at 6985 West 38th Avenue from Commercial 1 to Mixed Use Neighborhood, MUN, for the following reasons. The Planning Commission has recommended approval of the rezoning after conducting a proper public hearing. The proposed rezoning has been reviewed by the Community Development Department, which has forwarded its recommendation of approval. The proposed rezoning has been found to comply with criteria for review in Section 26-112.e of the Code of Laws.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Dozman. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please poll the council?
Before I read this vote, I want to tell you that the very first dentist that I went to as a child was Dr. Barta. He had his office in that building, and that's why it's called Barta. Anyway, so brings back memories. And the motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 3, public hearing on second reading. Would Councilwoman Dozman please introduce item number 3?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. That's a mouthful.
It is.
Council Bill number 33-2018, an ordinance approving a zone change from agricultural 1 to planned residential development with an outline development plan for property located at 4440 Tabor Street. Case number WZ-18-15/Clear Creek Terrace. This is an ordinance on second reading.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dozman. Can we please have an ordinance number?
This will be ordinance number 1663.
I'm going to open the public hearing. This is a quasi-judicial matter. All those who wish to speak on the matter, please stand and raise your right hand so you may be sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth in this matter as you know it? Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Goff, do you have a staff presentation?
We do. Our planning manager, Lauren Mikulak.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, Lauren Mikulak. I'm a planner with the Wheat Ridge Community Development Department. I'd like to enter into the public record the contents of the case file, the zoning ordinance, the comprehensive plan, and this digital presentation. The property is located within the city of Wheat Ridge. All appropriate notification and posting requirements have been met, and council does have jurisdiction to hear this case. So we'll begin with an aerial showing sort of the vicinity of the subject property, which is outlined here in blue. This is an aerial from 2016. The site you can see is L-shaped, it's vacant, and it's located on Tabor Street between 44th Avenue and I-70. Tabor Street functions as a collector street in this particular area. It's one of the longest north-south streets west of Kipling. It extends south off the bottom of the screen towards Clear Creek, and then north off the top of the screen towards the commuter rail station, terminating just north of our boundary in Arvada in the Rainbow Ridge area. This image is an excerpt of the zoning map. The subject site is zoned agricultural 1, it's A1, and it's surrounded, as you can see, by a wide variety of zone districts. Tabor Street, again, here is sort of a dividing line. So if you focus on the east side of Tabor, surrounding the subject site is a variety of residential zoning designations. So R1, R2, and R3, including a mix of single-family homes, duplexes, and multifamily. For example, the immediately adjacent property is zoned R1, that's a single family, and then as you get closer to 44th, there's a series of 4 buildings that are each comprised of several apartment units. On the opposite side of Tabor, towards the west, are several commercial zoning designations, so planned commercial development, mixed-use neighborhood, commercial 1. These include Trailer Source, an office warehouse, vacant land, and Heine's Market. The biggest takeaway from this patchwork quilt is that the subject property is really situated as a transitional property between commercial uses, more intense uses along Tabor and even south towards 44th. and a variety of residential uses surrounding it on that east side. As was mentioned, this is a zone change request to go from A1, and that's essentially a single-family home district in most of Wheat Ridge. Calls for single-family homes on a minimum lot size of 1 acre. On a property such as this that exceeds 1 acre, it's 2.07 acres, would allow more or agricultural uses, so general farming or even a landscape nursery. The proposed zoning is planned residential development, and in this case, the customized zoning document is proposing 26 two-story single-family attached homes. We typically call those townhomes. The document generally follows the R3 standards, but where there are exceptions, I'll call those out in a moment. And as council is aware, any plan development is comprised of 2 documents, the outline and specific development plan. Tonight, we're only looking at the outline plan, and that's the document that establishes the zoning and establishes the development standards. Any specific site plans and details and building elevations would come in that second document in the future. So here is the outline development plan, the ODP. I know this is not legible. This is the cover sheet, one of 2 sheets that make up the document. The text in the middle are the development standards, and I'll walk through those with the accompanying graphic, which is on the second sheet. And again, the purpose of a graphic in the outline development plan is not so much to show the details of the site, but to show general building locations and circulation. So we'll zoom in a little bit and start with building locations. Those 5 buildings shaded in orange are where the units would be located. So again, 26 total units proposed in 4-unit and 6-unit configurations. The density on the site is 12.4 units per acre, and that's similar to our R3 or multifamily zone district where we allow 12 DU per acre. It's also relatively sort of in the midpoint of the surrounding densities, so they're as low as 2.5 units per acre and as high as 22 DU per acre in the surrounding residential properties. The proposed maximum height is 30 feet or 2 stories. That's more restrictive than we see elsewhere in the city's residential districts, where we typically have a maximum of 35 feet or 3 stories. The proposed setbacks are also generally more restrictive, particularly where they're adjacent to lower density residential. So on the northern side, it's a 20-foot setback. On the eastern side, a 50-foot setback. Down here, again, a 20-foot setback. The 2 setbacks that are a little bit narrower are adjacent to the multifamily. This is a 12-foot minimum. And then adjacent to Tabor, it's a 15-foot minimum setback. The orange shading looks like it's closer to Tabor because that's lot lines, not necessarily building footprints. Access to the site is proposed to come from a single curb cut off of Tabor Street, and then the design is proposed to be alley loaded. So the gray shading that just appeared shows those drive aisles and alleys. The ODP requires 2 garage spaces per unit, and the units are certainly shown wide enough to accommodate that. The applicant has indicated that their HOA documents would require that owners park in the garage as opposed to using them for storage, and HOA documents are something that the city typically reviews prior to a project being developed to ensure that that commitment is followed through upon. Parking is something that we've been particularly sensitive to in these properties that have more units and less parking opportunities on the street. Tabor does not allow on-street parking. So the standard for our multifamily projects is typically 1 visitor space per 10 required spaces. On a project like this, it would require 6. The applicant has proposed 13, so tried to fit them in sort of everywhere that they can. The trade-off that they're dealing with is juxtaposed against landscaping, where they've desired to keep a 30% landscape coverage. So the balance of the site that's not shaded would be comprised of open space, landscaping, and drainage, which is proposed in a detention facility at the east end of the site. Building design will comply with the city's architectural and site design manual. They have not requested any waivers or modifications to those standards. As council is aware, we look at several criteria in consideration of a zone change, and a full analysis was provided in the staff packet. Among those is consistency with the comprehensive plan. So again, I've pulled an excerpt from the comprehensive plan where the subject site is shown by the star. The yellow shading where the property is located is the neighborhood designation. The pink shading across the street is a commercial designation, so again, mirroring that zoning map that we saw earlier. This particular site fits the comprehensive plan's definition of what it calls a revitalization area. in that it is vacant, it's over a half acre in size, it could benefit from investment, and it has had code enforcement issues in the past, in this case mainly citations for weeds. The comp plan specifically calls for investment in revitalization areas to strengthen neighborhoods and to diversify the housing stock, which this project would do. There's not a lot of attached townhome-like products in this area. In terms of process, the required neighborhood meeting was held earlier last year in May of 2018. Several folks attended and we received written comment at that time. We've not received any written public comments since then, including in the 2-week notice in advance of tonight's public hearing. We did send the proposal on referral to service providers, and while the applicant will be responsible for upgrades for water and sanitation, they didn't express any concerns at this time. Planning Commission recommended approval of this zone change on November 15th. As we're here tonight for council's approval, potentially, if it were to be approved, the next steps would be a subdivision, which you would also see. This would classify as a major subdivision, and a specific development plan, as I've mentioned, which shows more of the site details. That would go to a single hearing at Planning Commission. So in conclusion, staff is recommending approval. We've determined that the zone change does serve as an appropriate transitional use in this particular area, does not result in an adverse effect, can be served by the infrastructure and the roadways. It's supported by the goals stated in the comprehensive plan and by the zone change criteria for review. That's the end of my presentation. I know the applicant has prepared a PowerPoint as well that they would like to share with you.
Thank you. If the applicant would like to come up and share their presentation, and we'll ask questions of staff and the applicant after.
Good evening, Madam Pro Tem and members of the council. My name is Bill Lyons, 6143 South Willow Drive, Inglewood, Colorado. My last name is spelled Lyons. So we have maybe we could dim the lights here if possible. Thank you. So, I'm the owner of Creekside Homes. Our first slide, which I'd like to present to you, what we have here is a history of what I've done in Wheat Ridge to date. If you look at the top center one that's surrounded in red, and you watch that little angle to the left where you see the property in yellow, I built 107 patio homes there. Our definition of a patio home is a single-story home for empty nester product. I've also, to the lower right, have built an assisted living and memory care facility. We own and operate it. And then you can see where that red line dictates where, I don't know if I need to put a mouse. You can see that's where it's located there on 44th as well. At the bottom, we built 12 homes, what we called Quail Hollow. They were high-end, single-story, empty nester product. The last one will be closing here this next month. And if you look in the upper left-hand corner, this little yellow area, that's where Tabor is. Next slide, please. So I'm going to just show you a couple of pictures of the product. We built this product in 3 different locations this past year with great success. Next slide, please. What was unique about our product was this roll-up glass door where you bring the outside in to the unit, more or less. And with the please recognize the large amount of brick and stone that we have on the property. Back to the last slide, please. That slide there shows a little darker from the inside. We have a roll-down screen, which is people are finding very enjoyable. Next slide, please. This slide shows in the yellows, there's the site, and you'll recognize by that turquoise color that the light rail station is only 7/10 of a mile straight down, directly north. And the lower, right below us, about 4/10 of a mile away, is that Prospect Park with all the facilities that it has. Next slide. This is the site plan that Lauren has basically shown, but the reason we presented this particular project, as small as it is, we've added quite a few amenities. We have a cornhole court, we have a park shelter that will have benches and seating in there, and we have raised garden beds. We'll show you a picture of that shortly. And on the north side of the property, we have a horseshoe facility. Next slide. The picture on the left shows the park shelter. It's pretty far away, so it's a little hard to tell, but it will be 2 large tables with seating in there. And the one on the right are the garden planter boxes where various different owners there could be able to plant vegetables or flowers or whatever they choose. Next. Like Lauren showed, as you can tell, across the street is basically commercial property. Basically surrounding us is R3 and R2 type properties. And you'll notice here in the slide coming up, I'll show you next. When we come into a neighborhood or a city, we try to understand what either the master plan or their comprehensive plan. Apparently from various different readings I've done, there's quite a bit of just single-family homes in the general area. And part of this comprehensive plan is to increase the housing options, and we thought for sale-type townhomes it would be appropriate here. And the housing stock, like it says in the lower paragraphs, is the limiting factor to new residents and households. And it recommends in the comprehensive plan that townhomes be one of the products that would be built. Next, please. This is chapter 5 of the comprehensive plan. And the key value, what it says here, is to promote vibrant neighborhoods and array of housing. And I'll sort of fast forward through this, but what you'll see here is that the city will direct the development to new housing types, such as townhomes. That's the right-hand corner. I've done quite a few townhouses, and the nice thing about townhouses in a neighborhood that has so many single-family is that as people get older, they don't necessarily want to take care of the yard. And about 6% of our buyers are unfortunately from divorced women that have children, but still want to stay in the area but don't want to deal with the yards. Next, please. This product is directly to the south of us. It's an apartment project. There's 4 buildings there. Next. That's one of the other buildings. And then you'll notice here, we're basically surrounded totally with rental properties. We have one owner directly to the south of us, and then across the street, once again, is commercial. But what we were trying to do is infiltrate some for sale type housing amongst the rental stock. Next. So in the neighborhood revitalization strategy, it calls for infrastructure investment. What we're going to be doing, because it's the Collector Street heading to the light rail, we're being required to drop the power lines underground. We're required to widen the street and put in the tree lawn and sidewalk. And part of the neighborhood revitalization strategy was to increase home ownership. Next. So this property is directly to the north of us. Next. This is the single family that's right next to us. Next. And I'm going to show you a couple more pictures. So this is the product. We built this in Lakewood this past year, but we're going to be building the same buildings. But I'd like to point out the large patios we have, the extensive amount of brick that we have, and the large windows and the various different colors and detail to the homes. Next. And here's a picture of the inside. We'll go through these quickly. Here we have a lot of windows. Here again, bringing the outside in. Next. This is one that shows the tech center and the loft. And then what I want to point out here, not only the front but the side of the units look extremely well, at least in our opinion. So we show a lot of detail. Next. So as far as some fun facts, at least for us, is that in November of 2018, out of 30 applicants, we were the silver finalist in the MAME Awards. And then in October, the end of October, at one of our other locations with the exact same product, HD TV series, House Hunters, maybe you've seen it, did a segment on townhomes. And what I didn't know is that they actually, on the series, if you ever watched it, they actually usually show 3 homes of certain sorts, but the buyer actually goes to 6 or 8 different locations. And in this case, this is supposed to air next month, from what I was told. And the good news is the gentleman bought our townhouse unit. Mm-hmm. So we're proud to bring this type of quality to Wheat Ridge, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I will ask if at this point council has any questions for staff or the applicant, or if you would like to wait until after public testimony. Councilmember Matthews.
In some of the documents, On some of the documents here, it says that we're under exact ownership at this time. Do you folks own the property now, or is it?
We're under contract.
Who is applying for the zone change?
I am.
Is that a legal deal where someone who's not an owner can apply for a zone change on somebody else's property?
Yes, the city only requires that the owner consent to the filing of the application, and that's
And do we have
commonly
that?
done. I think the staff is saying yes.
But then I'm still questioning the statement in the documents that says the ownership is unsure right now.
In terms of
That's
permission,
got me baffled.
Well, in terms of permission, we have that. In terms of underlying title work, that's an appropriate question to go to the applicant.
Yes, it's quite often it's done, Mr. Councilman, in all the jurisdictions allowed. Some have a form, some require a letter, but we have authorization from the owner to move forward with the zone change.
I'm still questioning in our written documents, it says the ownership is unclear at this time.
No, we know who the owner, the broker is here, and he can probably answer all the questions about.
Mr. Matthews, is there a certain section in the document you referred to?
Oh, I'm on page 24. Who is the current owner for the property is a bullet point. It says the applicant was unsure of the exact ownership, so I'm just curious.
That was done at the neighborhood meeting, sir, and we have the title work, we have the contract with the owner on it. It's maybe we'll have the broker come and he'll tell you the trust that owns it.
I will assume that we have our ducks in a row then and consider the question answered.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Mr. Dahl, before we go to citizen comment, we did receive some letters, and can you address that for us, please?
Sure. The city has a charter provision that governs rezonings of property, and typically a council's action on rezoning is effective upon the approval of an ordinance rezoning. Under the charter, ordinances require 5 votes for approval. However, for rezoning, there's a protest procedure that if the council receives prior to the end of the public hearing, like this hearing here, a protest signed by the owners of 20% of the property within the area to be rezoned, or any property bounding that or across from that property, contiguous to it across the street. So basically neighboring properties, 20% of that of any side. Then that triggers a supermajority requirement for voting. It doesn't prevent you from acting. It just raises the number of votes, increases the number of votes that are required to approve that particular rezoning ordinance. In this case, the staff has informed me that they have checked the protest that was filed on behalf of 3 property owners, and together those property owners meet that requirement. So the protest requirement has been met, and the only effect of that, it's an important one, is that any approval of an ordinance rezoning here will require 6 votes from the council tonight, not 5.
Thank you. We'll move on to Councilmember Matthews.
I have to ask, and this probably concerns another upcoming item, but would be it appropriate to table this item until we have a full council?
Well, that's up to the council. You've commenced a hearing, and so people are here for that hearing, and you need to hear those people. When we get to the kind of action mode, the council, as always, on rezoning hearings, whether or not there's a vacancy on the council always has the right to do one of 3 things: act on the matter, close the hearing and continue it for action only, or continue the open hearing. That's something I think you might want to discuss when you've kind of completed the public testimony.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Pond.
And can we just confirm the math is supermajority of it's either of council present, and if so, if there's a difference with 7 seated?
Fair enough, and thanks for asking the question. As it turns out, the number remains the same. It's got to be 6. 3/4 of 8 is 6. 3/4 of 7 is 5.25, and the rule always is, in voting matters, you round up. So no matter how it's viewed, 6 votes are required to approve.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to public testimony. And I have first John Clark. Behind John Clark is Eeyore Figlis. Remember to say your first name, spell your last, and give us your address, please.
My name is still John Clark, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I still live at 4665 Swadley. Apparently, you guys actually have a lot of this. I'm going to go ahead and pass these out because I spent a lot of time, a lot of paper, and a lot of ink printing these up. But it appears that you probably have almost everything in here. I'm not sure if you have everything, so I'm going to go ahead and pass these out. So, please forgive me. Unlike staff, I don't get paid to do this. I'm a volunteer, and I care about my neighborhood. So it may be a little wandering, and it may be not so professional, but we're going to get through this. And I was just going to give you my opinion of the whole process and the zone change request. And I've been here before, as most of you know, and it just seems like I really never get through. So I'm going to try a different way, and I'm going to try to follow the events, the process, kind of as it happened, kind of like staff does. So please, again, bear with me because I kind of have some stuff going back and forth. So I'm going to try to explain where staff, planning, the developer, zoning, and the planning commission are wrong, misinformed, or they may just be stretching the truth. The first thing, did everybody get that packet? I'll just explain real quick what's in it. The first page is the copy of the formal legal protest that I filed with the city clerk's office this afternoon. The second is the legal protest form from the adjacent homeowner, Mr. David Bell, the owner of 4430 Tabor. It's the property to the south. The third is a legal protest form from the homeowner, Amanda Black, at 11781 West 46th Avenue, which is within 100 feet of said property. It is to the north of the property. The fourth may seem a little odd when you look at the address, but it is a letter from the homeowner, Kathleen Balfour, at the north end of Tabor Street at 5190 Tabor, stating her opposition to the said development. And the reason that's in there is from staff's report, I think you can kind of see the correlation between the TOD site and what's going on up there and the traffic. The fifth one is a letter in opposition to this development from Marisha Manfrey and Dan Lumont at 4545 Sims Court. That's right behind the development. They actually share this development's east fence. That letter and the next letter from Danielle Lamont, those were both written way back in June. And they were submitted, and I believe that those are also in your packet. So that's what's in that packet. And I'll just try to go through this as well as I can. Again, bear with me. I don't do this for a living. I don't make money doing this. So let's start with the neighborhood meeting on May 30th, 2018. I was there, in fact. I saw that same presentation, actually. So we'll go through this, and I'll try to explain what I heard or what was said. And if you're kind of trying to follow along, it's going to be, I'm going under the following issues were discussed regarding the zone change request and the proposed development. The first question was, will the units be owner occupied? And it says that the HOA documents will prohibit rentals. But I'll be honest with you, I don't think that there's any way to enforce that. Maybe that first year, maybe even the second year. But I just don't know that if I bought one of those, Mr. Urban bought one of those, Mr. Matthews bought one of those, Janelle bought one of those, if we were all on the HOA board, we could probably change that rule, that we want to rent those out. So I'm not so sure that that's such a legal binder, so to speak. I think at some point they could be rented. Maybe not that first year or two, but I really think they could. Number two, does the applicant own the property? I don't think I asked that question, but it was kind of weird that the answer was that they're under contract pending the rezoning, which is understandable. You don't buy the property outright and then try to rezone it. So there's obviously some money put up. If the applicant gets the zoning change, they go through with the sale. If not, maybe the sale, I don't know what he loses. Maybe the sale doesn't go through. I'm not really sure. Number three, I heard already, who is the current owner of the property? And I'll be honest with you, I asked that question, and I didn't get an answer back then, and I didn't get an answer now. And that kind of concerns me, because if I'm going to buy a property and I have money sitting in a trust or in an account, I should probably know who owns the property. I have a contract with somebody. I need to know who that is. There's some reason we're not being told. Number four was a concern was voiced about Tabor Street getting busier due to development and pending opening of the RTD commuter rail. Were traffic studies done? The answer was, the team is working on a traffic analysis which is submitted with the application. We'll come back to that one here in a minute. Just remember that a team is working on that. Number five was, how much was the purchase price for the land? I think I actually asked that question too, and it was $695,000, which I guess at this point is the going rate. $350,000 an acre for bare land in Wheat Ridge. Who would have ever thunk it? My mother and my grandmother would roll over in their grave if they knew we were selling land at $350,000 an acre. So then we'll move on to the Planning Commission. So if you're following along, we'll go to where you have the Planning Commission notes. Number two, existing conditions and property history. They have current zoning. And the current zoning is in fact A1. You can split that into two, as somebody said. You could build two very upscale, I guess, $1 million homes on an acre. I'd love to have an acre of land with a home sitting in the middle of Wheat Ridge, if I could afford it. Number two, Tabor Street is designated as a collector street and is a primary north-south route between West 44th and West 52nd, hence the letter from Kathleen Balfour at 52nd Tabor. Traffic counts taken in 2007 indicated a traffic volume of 2,800 vehicles per day on this stretch. Volumes were measured at 4,496 vehicles per day in 2016. Now, if you remember, go back to the original when I said we'll come back to that. That's 3 years ago, folks. I've lived there 7.5 years. Traffic has increased dramatically. But we're still not going to do a traffic study. We're not going to do a traffic study with all the development going on at the top end of Tabor. We're going to bring the light rail in if RTD ever gets their stuff going. we're going to develop, we're going to have Arvada develop, and we're going to put all that traffic on Tabor. Right now, when I leave my house to go to Wheat Ridge High School in the morning, I cannot make a left onto 44th. It's impossible. So if at one point we're going to do a traffic analysis, yet here we are, we don't need a traffic analysis. But it's been 3 years since we've done a traffic analysis. That's wrong. That's just flat wrong. You're going to put a lot more cars on that street. Number 3, if you're following along, to the west across Tabor Street are a variety of commercial zone districts, planned commercial development, and commercial 1, as well as a property that was rezoned to mixed-use development by City Council on April 30th of 2018. Now, why does that matter? Because I think I could have just came up here and said, told you so. I don't know if you all would have got that, but I told you so. When you guys were all talking about that, and they were planning that development, and I protested that MUN zoning, I told you so. I told you as soon as that passes, the next one will be the 2-acre across the street. Nothing we can do about it. It was already in the planning. It was a month in the planning before that, the 1 acre across the street was rezoned. It's unbelievable. So I came to tell you I told you so. So number 4 is density. 26 units on a 2.07 acre parcel. This calculates 12.5 units per acre, which is considered to be in the medium density range. Fair enough. If you want to call it medium density, I'm going to call it high density. But this mid-range density serves as a buffer between the neighborhood to the east and Tabor Street. I'm not quite following that, how that's a buffer. Did anybody look at the house at 4430? Because that's a single-family home. I'm not sure how you buffer a single-family home to light density with a medium density. That's not a buffer, okay? You can say that there's apartments on 44th. We know that. Then there's a single-family home. If anything, we're buffering the other way. We're buffering from that 44th high density into lower density with a single-family home and some duplexes. We don't go from high density to low density, back to medium density, back to low density, and then into my neighborhood. You're not buffering anything. You guys, somebody just didn't catch that somebody lives at 4430? Because somebody does. I talked to them today. It floors me that people can talk about things and call and say something when it's just not true. That's not a buffer. That's not a buffer I want to live in. I don't want to live in a single family home in between high density and medium density and call it a buffer. Number 5, open space. The aggregate open space minimum for the development is 30%. This will comprise primarily of common open space areas which are viewable and usable by all residents. I think the developer showed us little gardens and open space. I just can't believe it. It's unbelievable to me that the staff and the developer can tout open space to a city, to Tree City, USA, that has a sustainability committee of like 23 or 26 people. And they're going to tout open space, that they are going to take 2 acres of open space and put 26 townhomes on it. But you're going to tout open space. That's unbelievable to me. You can't take away open space and say, we're creating open space. Any piece of concrete, any footprint takes away open space there. It does not create it. I don't know if there's anybody from the Sustainability Committee here tonight, but they probably should be speaking about open space and green. Number 6 is access and streetscape. Yeah, it's all going to pour out on the Tabor. 2-lane road. If you're coming south on Tabor towards 44th, like I do every morning, I don't believe there's going to be a left-hand turn lane into that development. So we're just going to stop. If somebody wants to turn left into that development and go home, everybody behind them is just going to sit there and wait. Now we've stopped here, and then we're going to get stopped again down at 44th and not be able to make our left. We can't even hardly make a right. But the left is getting ridiculous because everybody's coming down 44th eastbound. Picture this in your head. I'm going southbound Tabor. I want to go left. I want to come to City Hall. They're all coming eastbound on 44th. For some reason, they all want to make a left and go north on Tabor. Where are they going? There's 12, 13, 14 cars in a line. They're lined up back to the light. And they're all going north on Tabor. They're not going to my house. Where are they going? They're not going to the Gold Line yet. They're not going to ride the bus because it ain't going yet. Number 7, we're going to go back to the traffic info real quickly. Per city policy, a traffic impact analysis is not required unless the site generates a peak hour traffic volume of 60 trips or more. That's funny because the neighbors that went to that neighborhood meeting were told traffic analysis is on its way. Be assured that we'll make sure that if there's going to be increased traffic, we'll make sure there's a light there. We'll make sure there's a left-hand turn lane there. We'll make sure there's a cutout for a right-hand turn. No, we don't need it. We just don't need it. I'll tell you, I can tell you what the traffic is. I constantly hear staff sitting here talking about, well, I know what Wadsworth is because I drive on it 4 times a day. Well, guess what? I drive on Tabor and 44th 4 times a day, sometimes more. I know what traffic's doing. I know exactly what's going on. And a 2016 traffic study, no longer valid. No longer valid at all. Move on to number 8. The change of zone promotes the health, safety, and general welfare of the community and will not result in significant adverse effects on the surrounding area. The property has been underutilized and has been the subject of code enforcement action in the past. Underutilized. Is this a word that we're going to start using like sustainability, progressive, underutilized? Who came up with this word and who's in charge of deciding what's underutilized? Is that a staff recommendation? Did God come down and say it's underutilized? We don't know. It's just underutilized. We've decided it's underutilized. Well, to me it's not. Put $2 million homes on it. Call it utilized. Been the subject of code enforcement action in the past. Well, of course it has, because the weeds grow in there. But what the hell does that have to do with anything about this development? That's the owner, the current or previous owner, whatever you want to call him, this mysterious landowner, that's his problem. He's the one that when the city goes out there and stakes that and says, remove these weeds, they're talking to him. What the hell has that got to do with this development? Has nothing to do with it. If the previous or current landowner doesn't mow the weeds, talk to the previous landowner. Because if I don't mow my weeds, you don't talk to the guy that might buy my house, you talk to me. And you want me to mow them, right? Number 9. The change of zone is in conformance or will bring the property into conformance with the City of Wheat Ridge Comprehensive Plan. The City of Wheat Ridge Comprehensive Plan. Envision Wheat Ridge. The plan identifies the following goals for the neighborhood designation associated with this location. To maintain and enhance the quality and character of Wheat Ridge established neighborhoods. To maintain. In other words, maintain, don't change. Keep it the same. The quality and character. If you think that you can take 2 acres of green, open space, weeds, whatever the hell you want to call it, and put 26 townhomes on it, and say that has maintained the character, you're absolutely wrong. 2 totally different characters. B, to increase housing options. Yeah, I understand that. We probably need to increase housing options. Said developer just said that he's built 100 and some development of patio homes. He built Quail Ridge. I mean, those are $1 million homes over there. Okay, I'm with you. Put $2 million homes right there. You've just increased the housing options of Wheat Ridge. The housing options in Wheat Ridge should not be townhomes. The map showed it. We're surrounded by rentals. You want to put 26 townhomes. We're calling them owner occupied, but let's be honest with ourselves, folks. I plan on being around here long enough to see those turn into rentals. I guarantee you they will. To increase investment and stability in this area. Stability. What the hell does 26 townhomes have to do with stability? How is that more stable than 2 acres of green grass? How? What is stability? For some reason, maybe I need a Merriam-Webster or something because I'm not catching everybody's meaning, right? Reminds you that Bill Clinton, depends on what your meaning of is. Well, what is stability? And how does this complex increase stability? Underutilized. Unbelievable. Number 10. A change in character in the area has occurred or is occurring to such a degree that it is in the public interest to encourage redevelopment of the area or to recognize the changing character of the area. Well, that's one I'll probably freaking agree with you, that my neighborhood is changing. But it's not changing the way everybody seems to think it's changing. And these 26 townhomes are not going to improve that. They're going to keep it going the exact same way it's going. It's going downhill, folks. If you want to know, just come on over. You know, I mean, I'll sit out on my front porch with you, drink a glass of tea. I'll show you what's going on in my neighborhood. It ain't pretty. Those 26 townhomes, they ain't going to change a thing. So, Tabor, again, is one of only 2 primary connections between these 2 areas, and the primary north-south route between 44th and 52nd. So again, I implore you to look at Kathleen Balfour's scenario. She's dealing with the TOD, she's dealing with Arvada, she's dealing with trying to widen 52nd, and all of a sudden we're going to say, we're just going to ram another 50 or 100 cars up there. Doesn't matter. Because guess what? They can't come out of that development onto 44th and go anywhere. Because I live there and I can't. And why are all those people taking a left off of 44th and going north? Because they're trying to get to Ward Road. And we can't do it on 44th, but we can do it at 52nd. So we're running all these cars right past her. Number 11 goes back to the neighborhood meeting. And I only have one piece to talk about on there. And it is number 2, the development proposed on the subject property is not feasible under any other zone district and would require an unreasonable number of variances or waivers and conditions. And this is the important part, folks. The parcel of interest is one of 2 remaining parcels zoned A1. Let me read that again. The parcel of interest, 4440 Tabor, is one of 2 remaining parcels zoned A1. For crying out loud, guys, are we going to have to develop every piece of grass? Every last stitch? We can't have any ag land? We can't have any A1? At this point, I think maybe I should call Tree City USA and just go ahead and get that designation terminated. If the Sustainability Committee was actually concerned about sustainability, what sustainability was 20 years ago before they hijacked the word, they'd be all over this. They'd be all over this, telling everybody, you can't do it, you can't do it, you can't do it. So, in closing, I hope you bear, I'm sorry, again, I don't do this for a living. Please take note of the letters. I have, in fact, talked to those neighbors in question, and I think that it is a good protest. I don't think the neighbors want it. I don't think the area wants it. I don't think the area needs it. Do we need to develop that into something? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Put a couple of little farm homes on an acre. I'd buy one if I could afford it. I'm sure somebody can afford it. Somebody's buying those $1 million deals up at Quail Ridge, right? And they're packed sandwiched next to each other. You know, maybe somebody comes in and says, you know what? Can we change this zoning and build 4 little half-acre plots? You're not going to hear a peep from me. I'm good with that. Do we need to do something with it? Yeah, you can do something with it. If you don't like the weeds and the grass, and you don't like the mysterious owner of the property not mowing the weeds, yeah, I can concur at some point we're going to build something on it, but not 26 townhomes, guys. It's unfathomable. It just does not make sense. So, I respectfully ask that you deny the proposed zone change and stop this madness. Thanks.
Mr. Ehor Figlis is next, and then Susanna Coates, please.
My name is Ehor Figlis. I live at 9775 West 36th Avenue. In looking at this, this proposed rezoning, I was struck by that the plan looks a lot like what's commonly called slot homes. And slot homes were recently, I believe, banned in the city of Denver. And I think that, you know, for Wheat Ridge, I mean, I live in a single-family residence, as I think a lot of people here do. Obviously, for a development like this, a single-family residence, you know, I think we should be building more of those. However, even if you go to a higher density type of use, if anybody's familiar, and I don't have a photograph of the area immediately to the east of there, the Sims Court, is a much more residential looking neighborhood, more reminiscent of the single family housing, of neighborhood type housing, as compared to these slot home types of developments. I think that we should follow the lead of the city of Denver and not promote and not encourage people to build different kinds of developments here and not these slot homes. So I would recommend City Council to deny this based on the proposed ODP. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Susanna Coates, and then Stephen Sundberg. I hope I didn't get that wrong.
My name is Susanna Coates, C-O-A-T-E-S, 9835 West 35th Avenue. This isn't directly in my neighborhood, but I thoroughly support sane building if we have to develop land. Open land isn't necessarily underused in that it does contribute to, maybe not tax-wise, but it does contribute to the character of the neighborhood. And so if this needs to be used, fine, but I agree with the arguments that John set forth, and I support the denial of this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Stefan Sundberg, and then Odarka Figlas. Oh, thank you. Odarka. And then Scott Markham.
My name is Odarka Figlus, and I do not live in this neighborhood, but as many people here, I also feel that this is of citywide concern. There's so many things I want to say about this, it's kind of hard to even figure out where to start. But the first thing I guess what I'll start with is that the city compares this area, this redevelopment into planned commercial or residential development, compares it to an R3. Well, just like John pointed out, it's surrounded by, mostly by duplexes. You also have single family, you also have some multifamily, but the bulk of what it's surrounded by is duplexes, not by high-density R3 type buildings. But even if you look at that, even if you think that, okay, it's R3, well, let's look at the setbacks. If you've got an R3 building, you're talking about having some setbacks, 25-foot setback in the front, side setbacks, rear 10 to 15. What are they proposing here? Your setback here on the front, I cannot believe that you would even call this a setback. On the front, you're going to have a setback of 4.5 to 10 feet with 10-foot encroachment allowed, which means if you encroach 10 feet into a 10-foot setback, what does that equal? My math says 0. And the rear setback is 2. Great. We keep talking about wanting to attract families to Wheat Ridge. Can you imagine a mother with some young children? Where are they going to go? Into that little tiny patio area out front with or are they going to play out in the street? There's no greenery. I mean, come on, don't call the perimeter where you put some grass around the outside of your property, of the development, as open space. That's just insulting. You know, just be honest when you make these proposals and call them what they are. But when you look at it, so when you look at where I guess you've got the pictures, but when you look at how those lots are set up, there's no greenery there. There's no open space. There's no place for kids to play. And you're just packing it in. You know, I don't know if you guys read the Denver Post, but take a look at the articles that they've had yesterday and today about how this is really becoming a huge problem, that there's no open space. So, okay, so if you've got families in here, kids, I don't know where they play. I guess they play out in the alleyways there. You know, if it was R3, you know, where's the bulk plane requirements? You know, we're talking about making changes and making improvements to how our neighborhoods look. And we're talking about doing bulk plane, but here we're talking about something that is completely incompatible with that kind of proposal. You know, when I look at the comprehensive plan, and I keep reading it and looking at the way it's set up now, I don't see that it says that this area should become so dense. I don't know where you find that. I guess it's written in such a way that you can interpret it how you want. I just don't see it in there. I don't see it's there, and I don't think we're in the process of going through a whole revisioning of Wheat Ridge, but yet you're making the assumption that that revisioning of Wheat Ridge is going to say, let's make super density everywhere. To me, putting density anywhere you get the chance, that's just unplanned density. There's no planning behind there. You talk about diversity of housing. We have an enormous amount of rental housing that you guys always talk about. We have an enormous amount of density housing. We have a lot of affordable housing in Wheat Ridge. Where's the high-end housing? And where are you going to put that high-end housing? Maybe on a plot where you could have a whole acre and you can put a nice big house on there. Why do we need we need housing that goes the whole spectrum. We need to have housing on the high end as well. Minimum lot area. That's the other thing that I just couldn't believe when I saw the number. 1,392 feet. That's your minimum lot area, not your minimum house area. You know, think of how big your houses are. That means I don't have a big house, but I could fit the whole house and the yard and the garage in part of my house. And, you know, forget the yards. And then compatibility with the neighborhood. You know, high density, okay, however you call it, whatever label you put on that density is not compatible with that surrounding neighborhood. And it does nothing to promote stability of the neighborhood. You know, when you look at our city documents, right in the code book, it says that the purpose of the plan development process may not be used to circumvent the intent and spirit of the protections afforded by this chapter. But it seems to me that this proposal is doing exactly that. Oh, and then parking. Did I talk about parking? I don't know how many people, I mean, I'm just as bad. We all accumulate too much stuff, even in my bigger house. And where does that end up? Eventually, it all ends up in the garage. And then where do I park? I park in the driveway in front of the garage. But there's no room here. There's no driveway in front of the garage. You're in the garage. So if I had to move into a much smaller place like this, where do I put my stuff? Okay, clearly in the garage. Then where do I put my car? Well, you've got those visitor spaces. And then where? You can't park on Tabor, so where are you going to go? You're going to have to go up on 46th? I don't know. I just think it's not, they haven't thought this through. They say that they have adequate parking, but it just, when you think about it logically, there really isn't enough. And what if somebody has a third car? Where are they going to put that? I mean, that's not that unusual. So I could go on, but I think the big thing is, you know, when I think about rezoning, I don't know what your attitudes are, but when I buy a piece of property, I buy it with the value that's there. If I come to you and I ask for you to do something different in a rezoning, you're giving me a lot of additional value. And all of a sudden, by going through the application process, I've greatly increased my value, which I would be very grateful for. But does that value just come out of the air? Does it come for free? Or are you actually transferring value from the surrounding neighborhoods, the surrounding community, and giving it to somebody else? Thank you.
Scott Markham, and then Zorana Morzowicz. If I got that wrong. Is there a Scott Markham with the applicant? And Zorana? I don't see a Zorana. Are you Zorana, ma'am? Come on up. Help me with your last name, please.
Okay, I'll spell it for you again. Morozewicz. Morozowicz. Okay. A lot has been said here, so I'm not going to add to it, but I do feel like this evening is open season on open space. You know, why don't you just crack open a can and pack us in like a bunch of sardines, because that's what you're doing. I'm asking you to reconsider. I support my neighbors. I don't live in this neighborhood, but I support my neighbors because you guys are creating a mess at Clear Creek Crossing already where I live. That's my neck of the woods. And this is just going to add to all the mess on the west end of town. So I am asking you to reconsider and to vote no for this change. Keep it the way it is. Thank you.
And that, sorry. And that is the end of our public testimony. And I would like to ask the applicant if he would like to respond to anything.
Yes, thank you. I have here the contract on the property, and it's a LLC that owns it, and it's Six Oak Limited Partnership, signed by Kirby. What's Kirby Coons, general partner, if anybody wants to see the contract. I think there's been a lot of things.
Excuse me.
Pardon me.
Does he own that?
Yes, sir.
And where is he today? Who is the owner of the property actually signed a document that says we can rezone his property? I asked that question earlier and I still have not gotten an answer.
Yeah, the staff's telling me that the city, before it'll even process an application, requires that signature, and we have that, I'm being told. So yes. City has a form that requires people to provide that they've got the consent of the property owner, and I'm told that we do.
Sir, that was submitted quite some time ago when we first started the process. Okay, so there's quite a few things been said, obviously. What's disturbing for somebody such as myself, at the neighborhood meeting, there was 4 people there. The one gentleman who was here was there, but really didn't say anything of any negative consequence. The other 3 had nothing to say. At the Planning Commission, there wasn't one other person that came up and talked against the property. It seems to me that maybe the individuals learn a strategy. They don't show up at Planning Commission, and then they get a few people assigned on that percentage scenario to help fight something like this. As it relates to the setbacks, obviously Lauren and the staff know exactly what the setbacks. There's no setbacks that are 2 feet or 5 feet. So unfortunately, the lady misunderstood, or she doesn't quite understand. The guest parking in the R3 zone would only require 6 parking spaces. We provided 13. I built quite a few units. The HOA docs are held up. In our sales contract, people are said that they cannot rent a home for 1 year, because what we want to do is try to have as much home ownership as possible. In the HOA, if somebody was parking in a guest parking stall, they can be fined. They first get a letter, and then they would be fined. As it relates to the traffic, would you pull that back up, Stephen? We weren't required to do a traffic study, but we did get a traffic letter done by a consultant that we hired. And basically the short version is this. I think it's on your screens now. During the AM peak hours, there's approximately 1 vehicle for trip for every 5 minutes. So in other words, if for every 5 minutes, the traffic analysis said there'll be 1 person leaving. In the PM, what they're suggesting is that 1 trip for every 4 minutes. So, and I've been on the street quite a few times since we purchased it, and what I hope is, for the council purposes, I hope the council doesn't feel bullied by somebody that's finds something that's worked in the past. We build a quality product. This would be the 4th project that we've done in this particular area. And I would like to address any other questions that the council may have.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open it up for council to ask any questions to staff or the applicant. We'll just go down in the row. So Councilmember Pond, and then Davis, and then Dozman.
Sure, this is probably for staff first.
Okay.
Hi, Lauren. Just a couple of things. Can you restate the setbacks just for clarity?
Sure. So the setback on Tabor is 15 feet. There is an allowance for the fence enclosure around the front patio to encroach into that area, but not the building itself. The setbacks to the north are 20 feet. To the east are 50 feet. To the south, adjacent to the R3, is 12 feet. And then to the southwest, adjacent to the single-family home, is 20 feet.
Thank you. And reiterate that in the SDP, more specific architectural intent will be drawn in, and you've already stated though that this property would have to meet the architectural standards that are already codified in the city.
Yes.
Okay. And then can you talk a little bit, because the HOA has come up, I think you mentioned it in your report, it's been mentioned a couple of times in comments, how that gets reviewed, when that gets reviewed, and what, and I don't know if you can answer or someone else can answer, but how we expect that those are going to stay in place.
Sure. So at least for the initial review, which is in my wheelhouse, we do like to see those documents before these get recorded. So there's no ability to sell and develop before we have those documents. What we, at a very minimum for a project like this, we require a review of the HOA documents to confirm that any common area is being maintained and that's accounted for appropriately. So drive aisles, landscape, drainage. In any project where there's a commitment, as has been made tonight, such as the parking, where that's a critical component, we would also be reviewing it to make sure that that's in place. The city does not enforce HOA documents. We do not enforce covenants. We enforce zoning. So it's important that there are standards in this document that in the future we would enforce. We are aware of HOA covenants and we are aware of what they say up front, but I just want to make that distinction. We make sure that those commitments are fulfilled, but we don't enforce an HOA through our code.
Councilwoman Davis.
So I'll ask you one question while you're still up here. So there was a question or a comment made about bulk plane, but I also recall there was also, you mentioned that it's actually lower than what, so we're at 30 feet, which is lower than the 35, which is some of the city requirement.
Correct, yes.
I mean, that doesn't fall. I mean, bulk plane's a little bit different because a lot of it depends on the angles and the setbacks from the house next to it. But it is lower than what the charter in our city already requires. So that was one question. And then I have a question for the applicant. Thank you. And one of my questions is there going to be a required percentage from an HOA perspective of that the owners have to remain in the units? So like 65% have to remain owner occupied or anything like that? I know you said, you know, within 1 year, but is there anything that a certain percentage has to remain owner occupied?
Jerry Orton, who's our HOA attorney, has drafted, they're drafted on other projects. They're not done on this one yet because it's not quite due. But we do that so that what happened in that last recession, there were so many renters that the people couldn't sell their house because you couldn't get financing. So there's something in the documents to restrict that. The exact wordage, I wouldn't tell you because I don't know. But there will be something in there so that the future owners of that, if after a year somebody did rent it, that they would be able to sell it. The third or fourth or fifth person could sell the unit because the ratio of homeowners to renters would be appropriate.
Okay, all right. And I think just an aside, I mean, I think that, I mean, there are people in this world that choose to rent. It doesn't mean that they're any lower of a class than somebody else, but.
Well, life changes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are, and with a property of such, rent's going to be, I'm sure, of a significant amount, and so they're obviously going to have decent jobs and contributing members of our society as renters. So,
And it just so you know, the density directly to the south of us is much higher than 12 units to the acre. It's contiguous to us. Contrary to what the public has said, we don't try to maximize the density. Our product is something that's been well received and very similar to some townhouses, but considerably better than most.
Well, and it's definitely nice for that area. Thank you.
Councilwoman Dozeman?
Thank you. So that was actually a nice segue into my question. I was going to ask, how did you come to the number 26?
That's what typically drives it. What we've heard the comment, one gentleman said, why don't you build $1 million homes there? Well, he doesn't understand maybe real estate the way maybe some of us do. But there's no way you're going to build $1 million house there and sell it. It's just not feasible because you're right next to apartments. So, but what we did, we built the same density as we did in the 3 other projects. We have 1 in Centennial and 2 in Lakewood, and it's the exact same product. So we're reutilizing the same product.
Councilman Urban?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. With respect to the front setback, with the amenity zone and the sidewalk, what is the remaining setback within the property for the before you hit the lots?
I don't have the documents in front of me, sir, but staff has reviewed those, and whatever setbacks they said, that's what we did. We met with staff a couple different times. They originally were talking about having maybe a 10-foot setback from the north, but through the process, they pushed us back to 20. We originally had 30 units in here, and the staff cut us back to 26 with their strong recommendation of what the setback should be.
So the way that it's written, we have it's required to have a 6-foot sidewalk, a 6-foot amenity zone. Is that included in the setback, or is that in addition to the setback?
No, that's not.
Question. So the way that the graphic is shown in the ODP, it's showing the boundary of the lot, not the boundary of the building, which I think might be confusing the matter. So in answer to your question, Mr. Urban, the amenity zone and sidewalk will be in the right-of-way. So amenity zone, sidewalk, property line, and then this dashed line is actually where the building could start, so 15 feet from the back of the sidewalk. The area in between the sidewalk and the building would be where the patio may be enclosed, so it would feel like a small front yard because the fence could be surrounding that. But it would definitely be a minimum 15 from back of walk to front of building.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Davis? Sorry. Councilman Matthews?
Thank you. Well, I'll start with this, just one comment here, because it took me a while to find it, but it says in the paperwork here that the HOA will prohibit rentals. Well, that's not exactly a true statement.
Well, he misstated it. It can prohibit it for the first year because it's in our sales contract.
That's not what it says in our written documents.
Oh.
And I hate being misled. It says, a question, will the units be owner occupied? The units will be individually platted and sold to homeowners. HOA documents will prohibit rentals. Is that a true statement?
For 1 year.
Then it's not a true statement.
No.
There's a but that goes on in with that, and I don't like buts and conditions that aren't actually written into this document correctly.
I'm not sure what document you're looking at, sir.
This is from issues that were discussed regarding zone change and proposed development. So the neighboring homeowners, even if there are only 4 of them, were told the HOA was going to prohibit rental.
The document is inaccurate.
That's not my fault.
Well, we didn't create the document. We didn't create the document, sir.
Well, then who do I ask when I say, if there's false information in this information that we're given, where do I go with it?
Mr. Matthew, what page again are you looking at? What page are you looking at?
I think he's looking at the
It's 24.
Page 24. It's the minutes from the Planning Commission meeting? Neighborhood meeting.
Neighborhood.
Lauren, can you speak to those? Where do those come from?
Sure. So typically at least one planner, and I think in this case 2 of our planners attended that meeting, and they write a summary of the conversation that happened. So clearly it was a misquote or a misunderstanding on behalf of our staff. We don't send those to the applicant for review. We write what we heard, what we heard in the neighborhood meeting. So
Okay, thank you.
it's completed before the application comes in. Intentionally, you know, a lot of the conversation in neighborhood meeting may change by the time the formal application gets in. So
Okay,
let the
well-
record state the neighborhood meetings have an error based on now what our understanding is of the project.
I would still like this stuff to be really double-checked before we take it as gospel here. I have another question, too. What kind of changes can be made to the ODP before it comes back here, or without even coming back here? In other words, if they go from 26 to 30 homes, can that change take place?
No, so this ODP serves as the customized zoning document for this project, and the maximum units stated on here is 26 units. So any increase in units would have to come back to you as a zone change, is how we'd process it.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Davis?
I have just a question for Mr. Dahl, and it's kind of a process question. I think, you know, with this at hand, I think I know we're going to have a supermajority vote, and I think that it's important. Part of my thought is I think it would be good to have the full council here. And I know a part of our agenda tonight is to also appoint a council person. No, not tonight. Oh, so we're not doing that till the end of the month. All right, never mind. So, it's nice because I see both applicants are in the room, so they're hearing the public testimony. So that's very nice to see. But I guess, if that is something that we wanted to do, to postpone it so that we could get a full vote of council, how would we go about that, or what are things we need to consider?
Well, it's really the answer I gave to Councilmember Matthews earlier in the day, early in the meeting. You will have 3 choices. You can you can close the public hearing and continue for action only, and I think the public hearing will, so that's one door. You can continue and close the public hearing and continue it for action at a further date. Don't close the hearing, continue the hearing for a further date, or act tonight. The wrinkle with a vacancy on the council is this quasi-judicial matter. It's a hearing. If a new council member is appointed, that council member is going to have to review the entire tape and be able to answer on the record that they have become familiar with the submissions, the tape, the hearing, such that they could participate. And so the fair amount of work for that new person to do to be enabled to actually vote on that.
And the good news is they're in the audience.
Right, but nevertheless, they're still going to have to review the tape. They're going to have to review the packet materials that you council members receive.
Yeah.
Any memoranda from staff. They're going to have to wear a different hat in becoming familiar with that.
All right.
Councilman Urban?
Thank you. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, with respect to the HOA and the property, is a metropolitan district contemplated in any way?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pond?
Yeah.
Traffic question, perhaps over to the table over here. A few things were discussed, traffic counts in 2007, traffic counts in 2016, talking about Tabor as a collector street, and I think the approximate value of the the loading on that was at 4,500. I'm just kind of, listening to what I heard. Wonderful, wonderful. So maybe just a little education on that. What we've seen. When we say Collector Street, what is it designed to carry with some of the adjacencies of 44th, obviously, and Ridge and the other ones above it?
Yeah, so the staff report mentions 4,500-ish cars per day. We just checked, I was upstairs listening, so we were checking some things. The CDOT website, what they typically target, and that's sort of what we all go to is CDOT and other agencies and stuff, is that the maximum capacity that you should design for with a 2-lane collector street is about 10,000 cars a day with no turn lanes or anything else. If you start to add center turn lanes and things like that, then the capacity goes up. So, 38th Avenue with 3 lanes of traffic is, 15 to 20,000 cars a day is the capacity of that road. With the 2-lane collector, it's 10,000 cars a day. So we're approaching, with 4,500, we're approaching half capacity.
Good. That's what I wanted to know. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Matthews.
Since we're on this topic, I was going to wait until we had discussion after the motion, but my wife likes to shop at Heine's there, plus that's my district, and I often get up towards the north end of that, and I use Tabor a lot, just kind of keeping in touch with things, and Mr. Clark was absolutely right, especially since CDOT changed 44th. There's, just on the other side of Heine's, we have that traffic light. At times, it's impossible to get onto 44th Avenue. Have we done a traffic study to account for not what even just the current traffic is? Because I've sat through 3 lights next to Heine's waiting to get an opening to where I can get in, and finally had to jam it to get out there. What's going to happen, especially now that 52nd Avenue's not going through, and we've talked about when we were having that discussion, Tabor being an outlet to the south to 44th. Have we done any traffic studies on how you're going to get traffic onto 44th when you've got that traffic signal to the entryway to I-70 a couple hundred feet away?
Yeah, so with regard to the traffic north of the tracks, we think most of those folks are trying to, if they're going south, they're trying to get over to Ward to get left onto Ward to then go down to 44th. And so people will very quickly figure out it's very hard to turn left onto 44th at Tabor Street. We think they'll come down Tabor, get on the frontage road, take that over the Ward, and then do the left at Ward, then the left at 44th to get down there. So for the folks that live north of the tracks, for the folks that live south, it's a little convoluted, but that's sort of our impact of not punching 52nd through. With folks that live south of the tracks wanting to get down to 44th Avenue, there are other options and things they can do. You can go up to the frontage road and head all the way over to Kipling and get onto Kipling and get there that way. You can also just come down to Tabor and wait for that to change. We've looked at Tabor Street as a potential signal, but it just does not meet warrants at this point to put a signal at Tabor Street in 44th. But at some point it might, so we might need to put a signal there.
Well, some of the concerns we've had there is people are starting to bail off in a lot of different ways. They're using 44th when I-70 gets jammed up.
Sure.
And a lot of people, I think, are going north on Tabor. Mr. Clark mentioned that too, all those left turns for eastbound traffic going north on Tabor in order to get up to the frontage road in order to bypass Kipling, because Kipling's at a standstill. Right. I'm concerned that we haven't got really a more comprehensive look at travel in that whole general area of the northwest part of the northwest city, especially with, we're expecting X number of trips per day to, the Ward Road Station.
Right.
It's difficult to get up and down there now.
Sure. The study we're doing now for that area is for basically all the streets north of the tracks, looking at the impact of all those things that are happening north of the tracks. Knowing there's going to be some folks coming south on Tabor Street, we think most of those folks will peel off on the north frontage road to go east or west. They won't come all the way south to 44th if they've got a more regional destination in mind. Certainly if they're going to Heine's, they'll come down to get to Heine's and then head back north again. But
thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pond? Councilmember Urban. This one's
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I guess this may be a question from Mark regarding the traffic. the recent rezoning that we did on Tabor Street, and that obviously has not been developed as of yet, but the traffic counts from 2016 seem somewhat outdated, and I understand that given this particular property's development doesn't reach the threshold for a traffic analysis, but given the combination of this property in addition to the other developments in the area, is there any other indication of what the traffic counts or flow would be today, or is there any way to determine that?
We've not, I don't know when the last time we counted Tabor Street. I looked at our traffic count map, and the count that we show right at 44th on Tabor Street is actually 2,700 cars a day on the map that we've got online. And color-wise, it looked like that was a 2017 count. Now, I'll need to go back and confirm some of that if that becomes an issue on where the 4,500 that we've got shown in the staff report came from. But I'm not sure exactly where on Tabor Street that was from, or if that was something the developer did, or what it was.
Okay, and then at one point in the document, it indicated that a traffic, not necessarily that a traffic analysis would be done, and this may be a question for Lauren, but I understand that a traffic impact analysis, as sort of a formal document, was not completed, but it indicated that there would be some kind of traffic analysis completed, and I saw the presentation that the developer provided, but was there any sort of formal traffic analysis done besides the quick math regarding the trip count for townhomes?
No, and again, our code specifies that when you hit 60 cars in the peak hour, these guys are at less than half of that. So there's no requirement for us to have them do the traffic analysis. And again, townhomes are typically somewhere around 8 cars per day per unit. So you're looking at somewhere just over 200 additional cars a day on a street that a 2-lane collector can carry 10,000 cars. There's maybe 4,500 there today. It's not a significant impact. Now, for the street itself, the intersection at 44th and Tabor is something that we as a city may need to look at as things continue to move forward with other developments and things that are happening in this area. But for a development this size, we couldn't justify them, going and doing an analysis of that intersection.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I believe I'm going to close the public hearing. We already closed public comment, and we're done with that portion about 30 minutes ago, so we'll be moving forward and closing the public hearing. So the public hearing is now closed. I'll be asking for a motion from Councilwoman Dozman. Motion is in order.
Yes, thank you. I move to recommend approval of case number WZ-18-15, a request for approval of a zone change from agricultural 1 to planned residential development with an outline development plan for property located at 4440 Tabor Street for the following reasons. 1, the proposed zone change will promote the public health, safety, or welfare of the community. 2, the proposed zone change will provide a land use transition from 44th Avenue to the low-density neighborhoods to the north. 3, the proposed zone change is consistent with the goals and objectives of the city's comprehensive plan and the Wadsworth sub-area plan. 4, the criteria used to evaluate a zone change supports the request.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And now we have discussion. Mr. Councilor Matthews.
Thank you. I'm a little concerned that I keep seeing what basically amounts to property line development coming to us time after time after time. Inadequate parking. There's this push to try to maximize the density of any development to a point that I think is unreasonable in this particular project also. I didn't try to scale out the map because I didn't have a good scale on it, but these, like somebody else mentioned, where are the kids going to play? I mean, we keep talking about we want to improve the schools. Well, if we're going to improve our schools here, we need school-age children. And I don't know what they're planning for number of bedrooms here. If there's going to be 2 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms, but you got no on-street parking. Where's someone going to put a third or fourth car when those kids turn into teenagers? I've heard this argument time and again. If they're a two-bedroom place, someone has you have a family of four. My neighbors have a car per each high school kid. Where do they all park? How do we promote families when A, we don't have a place for little kids to play, and B, we don't have a place for high school kids to park? I mean, it just seems awkward to me. And of course, heaven forbid if they're a boat owner, I guess they can go down to the storage yard and park their boats or something down there. I just am sorry to see that there's once again coming before me basically a property line to property line development that to me does not match the rest of the neighborhood where they all have lawns and yards. I'd love to see something here if there were maybe 15 townhomes here and they had some front yard and some backyard. I mean, where do you even put your dog? If you want to let the dog out at night before you go to bed, I don't know. I'm just disappointed that we keep having almost what I consider maximum density developments brought forward with no consideration to what we try to present Wheat Ridge as a rural atmosphere in the middle of the chaotic urban environment that surrounds us. Thank you.
Councilwoman Dozeman.
My apologies, but I just realized that I was at the bottom of this packet question, and I read the Planning Commission recommended motion instead of our council packet. So do I need to reread that?
If you would, just easy fix, just
okay.
read the recommended motion for the council, and you'll need to get a second for that, and we can proceed.
Okay, thank you. I move to approve Council Bill number 33-2018, an ordinance approving the rezoning of property located at 4440 Tabor Street from agricultural 1 to planned residential development with approval of an outline development plan for the following reasons. 1, the Planning Commission has recommended approval of the rezoning after conducting a proper public hearing. 2, the proposed rezoning has been reviewed by the Community Development Department, which has forwarded its recommendation of approval. And 3, the proposed rezoning has been found to comply with the criteria for review in Section 26-303 of the Code of Laws.
Second.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councilmember Pond.
Sure. Thank you, everyone who came and spoke tonight. I am going to vote in favor of this. I do want to react to some of the comments and try to explain myself the best I can. In the most general terms, I believe that that this application and the outline development plan meets the criteria of the zoning code as outlined. And more specifically, I want to hit a couple of the points. The comprehensive plan has come under some scrutiny, as it should, I suppose. We're looking at revitalization strategies again. However, I want to remind everyone that the comprehensive plan, perhaps formerly known as Envision Wheat Ridge, was a collaborative document. It was not done solely, up here. It was done certainly with council, with planning commission, and with actually a citizen committee, a very large one, several years ago. So we talk a lot about the committees that are formed right now doing our work. I think Envision Wheat Ridge was a very robust committee that spent quite a bit of time reacting to the revitalization strategies that were put forward and trying to come up with the best plan. Clearly, and we have heard you, there's more discussion that needs to happen around the comp plan and making sure that it's working for all of us. So I need to say that. I've said it before. We will certainly continue to do it as we're looking at the NRS. And I hope that as we move forward, we'll look at parts of the zoning code that need to be changed. But I want to make sure everyone realizes that this was a collaborative, comprehensive document with a lot of input from our neighbors and our citizens. And I believe that it's actually, in the case of the development that we're looking at tonight, that it properly aligns with that. Not perfectly in some people's estimation of land use, and of course, oftentimes it's not perfect in these cases, but I do believe that it is in alignment with the comprehensive plan and with some of the other strategies that fed that plan, and even some of the strategies more recently that we've been trying to apply to 44th Avenue. From that standpoint, I think it largely meets that criteria, which is one of the most important ones in that list of 4. I'll note that I do think, and we have talked also about traffic as being an issue, and I certainly am not arguing the fact. I think that we have some traffic issues metro-wide, there's no doubt, and within our city, on our state highways, and certainly in our local streets. In this case, and I appreciate the engineers coming and helping us a little bit in talking about it, I think that there's obviously some specific issues related maybe to some signalization, some warrants along the street, perhaps less so than the actual capacity of the street itself. I do believe moving forward it's important for us to look at that in a number of these areas, especially as G-Line comes on board and some of these other things develop. So we've talked here for the last few weeks about some things, and I do think that if we're not getting the traffic studies that we think we need or that our constituents need as we go through these, because the development process doesn't call for them, I think as a council we may need to call for those to happen in order for us to understand more specifically the issues, and I would encourage conversation about that moving forward. So I believe, one last thing, I mean, I think there was quite a bit made, and I understand about the utilization, and I do believe that it's right to call attention to the words and to pick apart the words. I have no problem with that. But I think the utilization ultimately is the prerogative of the landowner and the applicant under contract within our codes that reference our documents. And again, I feel like those are appropriately in alignment. So I'll be voting for it.
Councilmember Urban.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I guess my main issue with this proposal is when it gets down to it, the rub here is between the 2.5 units per acre to the north and the 22 units per acre density to the south. And as we kind of look at the packet and the proposal that's been presented, one sentence sticks out is that the proposed townhomes at 12.5 units per acre will provide a logical transition from the high-density multifamily adjacent to 44 to the low-density duplexes on the south side of 46th Avenue. And so when I begin to look at that and try to understand whether or not that's logical, it does seem as though the scales are tipped towards higher density on this particular proposal. And so when we look at trying to figure out, is there a better way to do this, it seems as though a lower density proposal would be a more appropriate proposal to be presented, and that's not what we have. And so I will be voting against this proposal simply because it seems as though the density within this particular project tips towards the higher density, and I understand our need for more ownership property in the city, and that's something that does come into mind as we look at this situation, but I will not be voting in favor of this.
Councilwoman Davis.
So I have just a couple comments, and first of all, I want to thank everyone for coming and their comments. I think all of them well taken, all of them, very passionate. I think it's interesting, and George knows I'm going to bring this up. And one of the comments, and when we went to actually Lee and I went to a housing conference in San Francisco was a comment, and it's called NIMBY, which is not in my backyard. And I find it interesting because I will say that, and it was in my backyard, that several council people did vote for a 76 townhome unit, all next to single-family homes. And there is an issue with traffic on 44th and lights and those types of things, and those aren't being considered because I think in some respects it wasn't in their backyard. So I think one of my struggles is that we're not being consistent in when we talk about traffic and where we're going to park our boats and where our teenagers are going to, you know, park their cars and those types of things, because it's, you know, we're just not being consistent. And so I think that's one thing I struggle with. And the other thing I also want to point out is that my first home was a townhome. And it doesn't mean that when I buy my first home that I'm going to stay there and raise all my children there, and they're going to grow up there, and they're going to have grow up there and be teenagers there, and you know, park all their cars there and have all their friends be there, and you know, and all those types of things. I think you start with homes that perhaps you know, that meets your lifestyle. So it might be a couple who has a child, and you can stay in that home until the child gets a little bit older, maybe a little bit more active, where then all of a sudden you do want a backyard. Maybe as a young couple, your backyard is hiking in the mountains, and you don't want to deal with mowing lawns and doing those types of things. So I think to kind of do the blanket statement of where are people going to, you know, put their children, and where are they going to play in their yards and those types of things. This might very well be young married couple who, you know, they're going to go up and hike and do those types of things and be very happy that they're not mowing their yard until they have their children, and then they're going to go and, you know, buy my house because I have plenty of yard to mow. So I think that it's hard to kind of think that this house is one size fits all, and we need to make sure that it's got the yard for everybody and the parking spaces for everybody and the boat spot for the gravel that I can park my boat or my motorhome or whatever, because that's not everybody. So I do think that there are units for different people and different stages in their lives, just as it might be an elderly couple who doesn't want to deal with that kind of stuff either. So I do think a different housing stock is very good. I also think that, you know, I don't want like renters to be a scarlet letter that they're terrible. And I don't think that, I mean, I think the good news is we are finally getting some market rate, nice rental property in Wheat Ridge, because Wheat Ridge has not had market rate, nice rental property until we, you know, our WASI partners and, you know, 38th, and, you know, our future 38th and Wadsworth, we've have, you know, I'm sorry, but not ideal rental properties, old rental properties that aren't kept up. And so if by chance this does in a year become a rental property, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Yes, do we want homeowners? Yes. I think this type of area and this type of product, you know, will encourage the homeowner. But again, I don't want to make it that a renter is a bad person, because they can contribute to our community. So I don't think it's terrible. And I do think it's a good project. I think it's a good project in an area that needs a good project. And so it is a project that I am going to support. And I think that it would be nice for this area. So it is a project that I will be supporting. I also, one last thing is I also would like, because we do have to have a super majority, and I know we'll have to do this later, but I will be asking that we continue this so that we have a full council for the vote.
Councilwoman Dozman.
Thank you. So I am overall in favor of this development. I think the pictures and the developments that we've seen as a product of these developers are high quality. I also like the fact that we don't have developers coming in and asking for TIF money in order to build this project. They're investing in our community. This is a private property owner that wants to sell their property and is okay with the rezoning, as we have seen with the application. I do have some major concerns, and I would like to see it come down from 26. I would feel a lot better about supporting that, especially for what I would like to, the kind of demographics that I would want to be attracted to this development and into our community, which is young families with children that can fill our schools. And I also resonate with the Scarlet Letter as far as renters go. And I've said this on the dais and in study sessions, but I'm a renter, and my parents own 2 homes in Wheat Ridge, and that's why I'm a renter. I wouldn't be able to afford to live here if it weren't for my parents owning that second property. And I'm very invested in my community, as you can see. And so the fact that we're talking about renters and that issue and the enforcement of the HOA, I think that that's a moot point. And as far as my issues with this project, I travel this corridor multiple times every day. That light at I-70 and 44th is ridiculous. You can barely get 2 cars through the light before it turns yellow. People are running it all of the time. It backs up. I will sit through that light 4 or 5 times before being able to continue through the intersection and go east. Turning left from Tabor onto 44th is near impossible. And I know that the reason why there's such a high traffic count on this street is because they're avoiding Kipling at peak hours. And so as far as traffic goes, I would prefer, and this maybe just kind of be directed at staff, when we're talking about major development projects like this, we've repeatedly asked for traffic counts, for traffic studies, for traffic analysis, and here we are talking about several issues of that nature that we get to address later. And I really don't like that process, and that doesn't set well with me. My other concern is parking for these units, and no driveways, very little parking as far as I see for this dense of a project. And I think that would be solved by bringing the units down a little bit. So I would just request that you maybe take that into consideration. As far as the quality of the development and the high density, I spoke to this at study session last week, and I spoke about there are certain areas in this community that I do believe are ripe with these kinds of high dense projects. I think that west of Kipling, Clear Creek Crossing, these new developments that we're seeing, they support the vision that we are trying to create around the TOD site. In Clear Creek Crossing, we're increasing our sales tax revenue base. And despite the issues that I have with this, I am going to remain consistent on supporting a housing project of this nature for the sake of my vision and what I ran on to be your representative, which was to attract young families into this community, and I think this is headed in that direction.
So I guess I will take my turn. I agree with Councilwoman Dozman as in this does, I feel, support our vision for the TOD site, and I think that it's the product is successful and it's a high quality product. The builder has already put in several successful and high quality products in our community, and I appreciate all of those. A little bit of a personal narrative though, my first 2 homes were townhomes, and I was a single parent, and I had children, and our yard was big enough, and it was smaller than these yards, and I had a dog that I had to walk and then take to a dog park. And then after I moved out of that home into another home when I got remarried, my father was ill and had to come and be closer to me, and so I was able to put him into that townhouse because this small space that he didn't have to take care of and he didn't have to shovel the walks and whatnot, it worked perfectly for him while he was getting healthy and back on his feet. So another thing is, I feel like we maybe had like 4 guest spots for like 15 units or something, and we didn't have any problems with, as a guest, parking in front of my house. So those are all personal narratives from my personal experience of living in a townhouse product, and I really like the way these products look, and I know that you already have built this. Therefore, I know that you're not going to come in at the end and say, oh, we messed up our pro forma and we don't have enough money. You've already built this product in Lakewood, and it's been successful there. So I'd just like to say thank you for bringing this product to us. At this point, we have a motion and a second, and I believe I have someone who would like to make a substitute motion.
Thank you. I'd like to make a substitute motion to continue the case for action until the first council meeting in which we have appointed our new council member. So that would be February 11th.
Second.
We have a substitute motion and a second. I believe opportunity for discussion on this motion, and if not, we'll poll the council. Will the city clerk please poll the council on the substitute motion?
Motion carries 5-2 with council members Matthews and Fitzgerald voting no.
Thank you, and because the substitute motion carries, we do not need to continue on to the original motion, and we'll be moving on to our agenda. Thank you to everybody who came out to speak on this item. Before we open, because the next one is also a public hearing, before we open that public hearing for item number 4, we are going to take a quick 10-minute break. to show with raising hands if they would be all right to suspend our council rules so that one of our council members may speak off the agenda. Thank you. Mr. Fitzgerald, the floor is yours.
Unfortunately, I have a progressive disease, and I have reached the point where I can no longer do this job. So I need to resign as of the end of the next council session. And so that's the story, just letting you know. And, well, there's no and. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald, and I know that you're not feeling well. Councilman Fitzgerald, I know you're not feeling well, and so we are going to give you a few minutes to go ahead and get yourself home where you feel better. Thank you.
She's kicking me out already.
We're going to just take another quick 5-minute break, and then we will reconvene in 5 minutes, please. The opportunity for us to take that break. We'll be coming back from break now. Item number 4, this is a public hearing on second reading. What we're going to do is, because this item requires a vote of full seated council, and we don't have Tim with us right now, we are going to open the public hearing. We are going to hear the staff report. We are going to take the public testimony for those of you who have been waiting to testify. Then we are going to close the public hearing, and we will ask for a motion to continue. I want to let everybody know that we have several people signed up for this, and according to our council rights, that there shall be no time limit applied to public comment in any scheduled item agenda unless deemed appropriate by the chair. And with the hours in which we have to get the remainder of our business done, I am going to limit all comments on item number 4 to 3 minutes. Our city clerk, Ms. Janelle, will be timing that for us. So at this point,
Point of order?
yes?
Can the mayor or the parliamentary mayor, the mayor pro tem, whatever, change council rules on her own say-so?
I did not change the council rules. I just quoted the council rules that are already posted, and I am the meeting chair at this point, and it says according to the meeting chair.
The council rules do read that way. They give the meeting chair the right to limit testimony when necessary. And that right extends to the mayor pro tem.
My mistake. I didn't remember that correctly then. I'm sorry.
So at this point, Councilwoman Davis, can you please introduce item number 4?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Council Meeting Chair. Okay, Council Bill number 34-2018, an ordinance approving the sale of designated parkland at the intersection of West 38th Avenue and Johnson Street, and in connection therewith authorizing execution of an agreement for said sale. The issue, the city has an opportunity to sell the vacant parcel of park property located on the southwest corner of 38th Avenue and Johnson Street for the development of a CVS pharmacy. This parcel was not originally developed as a part of Discovery Park due to maximizing efficient use of site to meet the goals of the park master plan and the site's proximity to Apple Ridge Cafe, currently located on the southeast corner of 38th Avenue and Kipling. The city charter requires a unanimous vote of city council to dispose of park property. The Wheat Ridge Charter addresses the disposal of the parkland in section 16.5. The city shall not sell or dispose municipally owned buildings or real estate for a public purpose without first obtaining the approval by ordinance of 3/4 of the entire council. Unanimous approval of the entire council by ordinance shall be necessary for sale or disposition of designated park land.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davis. Madam Clerk, may we please have an ordinance number?
Excuse me. This will be ordinance number 1664.
Thank you, and I'm going to open the public hearing. Mr. Goff, do you have a staff report for us?
We do. Joyce Manuary, our Parks and Rec Director.
Thank you. I do have a brief presentation this evening on the history of the parcel under discussion. The presentation includes information on the history of the site, past city council actions on zoning and outline development plan approval, the park master plan approval, and the park amenities. So the history of the site is that the total site of 8.3 acres was purchased in 2000. The purchase price was $1,245,500. It was funded through city appropriated share of open space funds as well as the Jefferson County bond funds. It was zoned planned commercial development, and Discovery Park construction began in 2010. The park development, neighborhood meetings, etc. began in 2008, and the park was built in 2 phases. Prior city council action includes March 2020, The planned commercial development plan, the ODP, rezoning was approved by City Council. ODP site plan indicated this area as a future conveyance area. The ODP noted that up to 30,000 square feet of the northern portion of the property was approved for commercial uses as allowed in the restricted commercial zone district. 11,400 square feet has been developed already for the Apple Ridge Cafe parking lot expansion. On June 2010, the subdivision plat approved by City Council, 4 lots. Lot 1, developed as Discovery Park. Lot 2 is the existing Apple Ridge Cafe. Lot 3 is the property in question this evening. And Lot 4 was an L-shaped parcel wrapping around the Apple Ridge Cafe, since deeded to that property owner and used for parking lot expansion in exchange for right-of-way dedicated to the city for the Kipling improvements. This is a copy of the plat, and this shows you Lot 1, which is Discovery Park, currently developed. Lot 2 is the current Apple Ridge Cafe. Lot 3 is the parcel in question that we're talking about this evening. And Lot 4 is the L-shaped parcel that was exchanged for this right-of-way along Kipling Street. This is a close-up of the same plat. So we have Discovery Park to the south. Lot 2 is the current Apple Ridge Cafe, plus this area for parking. And Lot 3 is the parcel in question. This is an aerial photo showing you the developed Apple Ridge Cafe with the L-shaped parking, which allowed them a separate entry, circulation on their site, legal use of the park land for parking. And then this is the parcel in question tonight. So the basis for approval of the Discovery Park Master Plan, as you see the park today, was to achieve a win-win situation with the existing restaurant business. The master plan identifies the northeast corner of the parkland as an area for future development, creating a commercially viable lot in the corner to replace development of the park on the commercially viable lot. Park parcel will remain vacant in the future to allow for future development, sale, and/or lot consolidation with the restaurant property. So the past council, when they approved the master plan, this was a trade-off because the entire park was zoned at that time commercial property. Park needs. The park meets needs of the community through the amenities and facilities currently located in the park. A skate park, variety of play structures, a splash pad, picnic shelters, walking trails, athletic practice fields, and there is adequate parking to support these activities. This portion of the site for sale is not needed to meet future park development. An appraisal has been completed, and an offer letter from CVS Pharmacy has been received in the amount of $650,000. The lot size is 25,378 square feet, approximately 1/2 acre. The 2017 appraisal, since the project was first initiated, was $600,000. That appraisal was updated in 2018 and is now $650,000, matching the proposal from CVS Pharmacy. Funds from the sale will be reused for the renovation of Prospect Park Phase 2. So the funds will remain in the open space fund if the property is sold, and the project designated is the renovation of Prospect Park Phase 2. The shelter in that park needs to be replaced, as well as some other items that are identified in that park master plan. And then the revenue from this land sale are needed to move forward with the Prospect Park project, and will provide the match required for the existing $350,000 GOCO grant for that project. The future proposed development includes the Apple Ridge Cafe moving to 38th and Kipling, the vacant lot south of the Recreation Center. The existing restaurant is experiencing operational issues and has parking challenges. The parcel Apple Ridge Cafe will move to has proven difficult to develop because it does not have direct access from the rec center traffic signal and only right-in, right-out access from Kipling. Relocation of the Apple Ridge Cafe contingent on sale of park property and purchase of both parcels by CVS Pharmacy. CVS desires to be in this location, but existing Apple Ridge Cafe parcel is inadequate in size for most any typical modern retail restaurant users. And as mentioned, a unanimous vote of council is required to approve the sale of park property and must be necessary for sale or disposition of designated parkland. That is my presentation this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll take questions from council for the staff. Councilman Matthews.
We mentioned here that the park has enough current facility for future expectations. How do we stand as a city on future needs to meet what we have required in the past to be adequate parkland? And I know it's a half acre, but are we being perhaps premature in selling some parkland when we're already landlocked and don't have any more access to parkland?
Well, we have a master plan that was adopted that states that we have a neighborhood park within, quarter to half mile of our residents, and that we have met our parkland needs. So if there was a park, what I'm specifically speaking to is there is not a parkland need in this particular neighborhood. And our master plan states we have met parkland needs. Even though there isn't a specific standard like there used to be in the past for X amount of population, requires X amount of acres of parkland. It's based on where the parks are located, what type of housing is around them, etc. So we've ascertained that we've met our parkland needs. We're now, our needs revolve around renovating our older parks and updating them for future uses. People like to use their parks a little differently than they have in the past. For example, they like walking trails within a park, and that's what we're currently adding to Anderson Park is a circular walking trail inside the park.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to move to public testimony. I will call your name. Please remember to spell your last name and give your address, and limit your time to 3 minutes. And we will start with Douglas Limepierre, I think. Linder. Douglas Linder, and Becky Lithawaite will be on deck next.
Douglas Linder, L-I-N-D-E-R, 3610 Johnson Street.
Could you speak a little closer to the microphone, please, sir, so the people at home can hear you? Thank you.
Yeah. We're not voting on this. You've cut our time back. I think we should postpone this hearing so the new council members, when they get here, can hear everything and they're not stuck watching multiple long-winded speeches or short-winded speeches. So we want to sell the land to CVS Pharmacy. Only $650,000. That's not a lot of money for the guy that isn't CEO. He makes, I don't know, what is it? He makes $12 million. That's chump change for the CEO of CVS Pharmacy. Is it a good company? Do we need the tax revenues? In 2011, CVS Pharmacy had to pay the 20 states and the government $17.5 million. That's the kind of business we want in Wheat Ridge. Nice, upstanding business. Okay. Oh, and the pay rate. The pay ratio of the CEO is 422 times the average worker. That's another fine family business we need in Wheat Ridge. Very good. point of view for the parks, it is good for Joyce and the parks. Got no deal. But is that really what we want in Wheat Ridge? That kind of company. Why do they want to come here to Wheat Ridge? There's another one in Wheat Ridge, I think, someplace on Kipling. Boy, that corner's a good corner, but a hospital up the street. The sirens go all night. Oh, that's right. They're going to merge. CVS Pharmacy is merging with, what was that, another insurance company. Oh, with Aetna. They're merging. That was dated March 29, 2018. They'll be merging. So not only will I have a pharmacy at my house, I'm probably going to have a doctor's office and such. So there'll be one-stop shopping. I don't know. Is that what we really want in Wheat Ridge? What happened to small businesses and small doctors? I'm not sure of our vision right now, but I really don't think a CVS Pharmacy is proper for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Becky, you're next, and then Kelly Enderman is after you.
Becky Luthwaite, Lewthwaite, 9860 West 37th Avenue. And some of these things may have already been addressed, but I'll cover them anyway. Is the city of Wheat Ridge short of park land? And if yes, why would you even consider selling a portion of Discovery Park? And as our elected officials who are acting on our behalf, why would you sell to one buyer, CVS, without pursuing other competitive buyers? Do you have your minds made up on how you're going to vote tonight, or can I persuade you to consider the questions I've asked? Are you aware that there are at least 6 pharmacies within a 2-mile radius of 38th and Kipling? Do we really need another pharmacy? This property was purchased for park development, so let's continue to enhance this entire park for its intended purpose. Thinking outside the box, perhaps a community garden? Maybe we could become a rock star community garden, doing amazing and inspiring work like those around our city and country. Every single one started small with a goal to make a difference to a few people within the community. But small actions inspire larger actions, and from tiny seeds, massive community gardens are grown. So come on, Wheat Ridge, let's make a positive community statement. Selling the property to CVS is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly, and then I have Don McDougall.
Hi, my name's Kelly Ehrman. Last name is spelled E-H-R-M-A-N-N. I'm located at 3700 Independence Street. So right down the road from where CVS wants to put this. Not happy about it. We have plenty of pharmacies around the area. In fact, CVS has one on Sheridan and 38th. And it takes up that whole corner so you can't even see traffic coming around the bend. Not to mention, we have the Walgreens there on 32nd and Youngfield. King Soopers has a pharmacy on 32nd and Youngfield. Safeway has one on 38th and Wadsworth. I mean, I can go on. There's tons of them. Is this a 24-hour CVS? So are we going to have traffic going up and down the road and bright lights? We don't want that. I have a hard time sleeping here as it is. I don't know about any of you guys, but I've been here a long time, and I used to be able to sleep with the windows open. Not anymore. Those days are long gone. I like the idea that Becky said of the community gardens. A lot of schools do that. They teach kids things. Wheat Ridge has the history of agriculture. Why don't we put something like that there? Teach them more about planting, growing, sustaining, environmental. CVS doesn't need to be there. We have plenty of pharmacies. There's also the Target at I-70 and Kipling that has one. We don't need it there. I don't want it there. The other issue is we have the Everett High School, and right where they want to build, there's a hill going down to Kipling, and that is a sheet of ice come winter. And, you know, if you have a CVS building there, you're going to have blocks of ice that you're going to have to be chipping away and breaking up. And those kids are crossing the street right at the top of Independence Street, and they're also down on the bottom at Kipling and 38. And that's a danger. So I'm against it, and that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Don McDougall, and then we have Margaret Nelson next.
I'm Don McDougall. I live at 9815 West 37th Avenue. I've been there 53 years. I've seen a lot of change in Wheat Ridge. Some of it's been okay. Some of it hasn't. Wheat Ridge is starting to look like Denver. And we raised 3 kids there, and we had a little open ground, and we had a good place to raise them, and they all turned out good, and part of it was because they were right there. And now we're just getting more blacktop and more traffic. And it's a little tricky getting out on Johnson on the 38th in the afternoons. And this isn't going to help us any. We're going to have to figure out another way to get out of there, I think. That's about all. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Nelson, and then Susanna Coates.
Hi, Margaret Nelson again, NELSON, 9865 West 37th. I kind of got the feeling reading through the packet of information on that this has been planned by the council for a long time, and I kind of figure a lot of you see it as a kind of a done deal, and maybe it is. But I do have objection to the plan to pour most of that traffic from this development out onto Johnson Street. As Don says, it's already a problem to get from Johnson onto 38th, especially trying to turn left if you want to go south on Kipling. If you want to go south on Kipling, if you don't go that way, you've got to maybe go over to Holland and down to 32nd and then back over to Kipling to get on. But anyway, so that's an issue. And if you're going to do that, you definitely are going to have a traffic control light and a pedestrian light at that corner. It's the only way it's going to work. And I also noticed in the packet that a drugstore there doesn't even fall within the zoning of that property. You're going to have to rezone it as well because it doesn't include drugstores. Apparently, that's what I read anyway. And also, I hope that if this does go through, that you will at least see that they stick with the architecture that's been established, say, by Sprouts and Starbucks, and not just have, a concrete white box store like it's at 38th and Sheridan. It's ugly, and nobody's in there. I think the estimate of traffic out of there, frankly, is sort of pie in the sky on their behalf because you never see anybody in that store at 38th and Sheridan. So maybe it's an access issue, I don't know, but I agree. We don't need another drugstore within, a mile of a dozen others. So anyway, thanks.
Thank you. I have Susanna Coates, and Ihor Figlis is next.
My name is Susanna Coates, C-O-A-T-E-S, 9835 West 35th Avenue. Live pretty much right at the top of the park. Love the park. Was really happy when the old Einerson property got bought by Parks and Rec instead of putting in, I don't know, storage units or whatever they had on tap back in the day. And I remember this parcel being sectioned off and put aside and not actually combined with the park. Wasn't a fan of it then. I would really like to see it as parkland. I realize the time limit. I'll be brief. The first is I was looking at the packet the information packet, and there's some things in here that just don't make sense. The one I'm going to address tonight, of the many, is the traffic. There's this estimate, the packet says, the attached letter provides trip generation estimates between the development of both pads for CVS compared to the development of both pads with the existing Apple Ridge Cafe at its existing site and a fast food development, a fast food establishment with a drive-through on the vacant pad. So there's also a statement that if the project moves forward, a full traffic study will be commissioned, which means that no actual data has been collected. What the traffic estimates are a model. I'm a mathematician. I get models. I'm a fan of them. I know that they're often wrong if the data is incomplete or bad. And this one is based on an imaginary situation. So I'm disinclined to really trust the results of the model because there is no fast food next to Apple Ridge, so we can have data to actually use as a basis for comparison. So yeah, let's see. A standalone CVS would create 1,400 trips a day-ish. Let's see. And then I don't remember where the number is for Apple Ridge, but it's nowhere near 1,400. So what we have now, and deal with viscerally on a day-to-day basis, and what is projected for the CVS, I'm guessing are wildly different. And this 1,752 number is imaginary. So it's a false comparison. It's erroneous. It's an erroneous comparison, and it seems like that should be done prior to everything else. I'm going to agree with the people who've spoken before me. We don't need a CVS here. We have pharmacies anywhere you look. You throw a rock, you hit a pharmacy. We don't need it. So there's my opposition. My suggestion, this is parkland. I'm going to challenge directly. I see it.
Time is up.
Say again?
Your time is up.
Parking lot, dog park, parking lot for the park, because street parking down Johnson congests it. Extra traffic is going to multiply that. Give us more parking for the park. Give us a dog park or a community garden. I love those suggestions. Do something with it, just not a CVS that is going to block our view and reduce property values.
Thank you. Ihor Figlis. And then Fran Singer is next.
Ihor Figlis, F-I-G-L-U-S. I live at 9775 West 36th Avenue. Before I start, I'd like to just, I was dismayed to hear about Tim's condition. He and I haven't seen eye to eye on things, but I think nobody should go through that ordeal. And I appreciate his service. I feel that this bracket here that the city administration has provided to you is quite inadequate. They don't present you with complete options. There's no alternative use that's presented here. And as was mentioned, this traffic estimate in the introduction is hypothetical. It's really 300 trips, day trips at Apple Ridge Cafe versus 1,400 trips projected for the CVS pharmacy, not some hypothetical 1,700. So your proposal is skewed. I mean, as city council, you should be requiring that the city administration provides you with a full range of choices, not just the one that they've decided that is the one that should be presented to you. The increased traffic in the neighborhood will also increase traffic along Discovery Park, along Johnson, as people try to get out of that parking lot. And we've already got some issues there with all the kids and everything else. There's safety issues involved with that. Discovery Park is a jewel. It has spectacular views, one of the best in the metro area. The front range from the Discovery Park view needs to be preserved. And the visual corridor should not be blocked by construction. I believe the height restriction for the development here is 55 feet. If you put a 5-story building there with the additional structures on top, the air conditioners or whatnot, that is going to severely impact that value, the view of that park. In addition, I've always wondered why that corner remained undeveloped. It seems that the Parks Department, basically, that was their objective not to develop it. But just think about if that was landscaped with greenery, with shrubbery, how much more attractive Discovery Park would look. If you're turning into Johnson and you see trees, or you see, some picnic tables, something that's more inviting than the desolate lot that's there now. But you weren't presented with that option. And I think that's really, that should be the objective for the citizens of Wheat Ridge, is to preserve that park space and to develop it into something that's attractive, rather than putting up another parking lot or putting up a 55-foot tall building that's going to be a detriment to it. Thank you.
Next we have Fran Singer and then Lydia Eibach, I think.
So, let me refresh your memories. Before you were all elected to City Council, it was our vision to have open space, or a green belt, that extended from Crown Hill to Clear Creek. This green belt would be the jewel in the crown for Wheat Ridge and distinguish us from our neighbors. It wasn't written in stone, but we, the community, remember this. Some people sitting here remember this. But we need our green space, not only for today's community, but for our future. Today's Denver Post and yesterday's Denver Post. Sorry. Okay, don't go off the script. Okay, so today's Denver Post says, we need more open spaces. This is part 2 of a 3-part series. I hope you read this, and if you didn't, I just want to read the introduction here. This article states, Denver's intensifying green space crunch is hurting its residents, creating should I live here or should I move scenarios, as well as raising quality of life concerns as people search for nature. Oh, excuse me, let me just do this again. Okay, I'll get over my nervousness. Okay, so also quality of life concerns is an issue as people search for nature near where they live. And you can read it for yourself. But since you're not going to be able to do that tonight, the article goes on to say that a growing body of scientific research points to a human health need for green space in our cities, parks. The research from psychologists and urban planners has found that direct access to neighborhood green space is essential to making our cities livable and its citizens of all ages healthier and happier. So, here's the other side of it. So if you choose, however, to commercialize this property, you will be impacting the health of our residents. You will create major traffic congestion at 2 intersections, the intersection of 38th and Johnson and the intersection of 38th and Kipling. You will impact safety. Please consider the numbers of children walking to and from the park and walking to and from our nearby schools. Okay, and you will you will dramatically change the dynamics of our neighborhood.
I'm sorry, Ms. Singer, your time is expired.
Well, you had plenty of time, and I resent the fact that you've given us.
We'll be moving on to Lydia Ibach. And the next person is Guy Namiak.
My name is Linda Ibach, and it's I-B-A-C-H.
Can you please not be disruptive in chambers? It's rude to the other people who are speaking during their time.
I live at 9785 West 38th Avenue, and I've lived there for 29 years. And I have appreciated the community. It's a city, but there's a ruralness about it, which I have appreciated. And I am concerned because every day as I look out my window, there's traffic backed up across 38th Avenue, and I can see traffic all the way up the hill of Kipling. It's already a high traffic area. And I have a feeling if we put a CVS pharmacy there, that's only going to add to the problem. This, the intersection is right between the park and a school, and I see children going back and forth, and it's wonderful. I want to see them continue to safely get to where they need to go. I really don't think that a CVS pharmacy it's going to be out of sync with the demographic of our particular neighborhood. It just isn't going to fit. I love the idea of the greenery. I like the idea of a garden or a dog park, but something that fits more the demographic of our particular community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guy. And then Guy Stanfill will be next. Guy and Guy.
Good evening, Council. My name is Guy Namiash, Nahmiach. I live at 3650 Ward Road. I also wanted to thank Tim. District 3 has been awesome. Unfortunately, tonight is ruining the no drama District 3, but we'll put up with it. I happen to be the chair of the Parks and Recs Commission in Wheat Ridge, and I love the enthusiasm, I love the excitement, I love the ideas. Unfortunately, some of your ideas are not ideas. We, in fact, do have a giant community garden here in Wheat Ridge that you can rent a 10 by 20 lot for $25 a year, and it's half empty. We also have an off-leash dog park for the last 6 years. It's 2 acres. It's divided with a fence for big dogs and little dogs. You should check it out. So we're good on that. Discovery Park is special to all of us, no doubt. I will tell you that my son Dylan, when he was in grade 2 in Prospect Valley Elementary School, that was the class that won naming that park, Discovery Park. And so it's special to all of us. But I will tell you also that this parcel is not part of Discovery Park. It's a small unused parcel that will help us make Prospect Park just as amazing. $650,000 is a lot of money of non-tax money that's going to help us make another park just as amazing. This piece of land is not, nor will it be, nor was it a part of Discovery Park. It's just kind of just off the side. And if we can use that to fund our development over there at Prospect, that would be incredible. And lastly, I will tell you, I'm also a member of, I'm a little active here, so of the Neighborhood Revitalization Strategic Steering Committee. And the biggest feedback that we have received from all the neighborhood meetings that we have was to preserve that rural field in Wheat Ridge. That being said, people don't want their little neighborhoods messed with, but they do want the corridors developed. So on that note, I turn back to you guys and say, sign up for a community garden. It is awesome. And the off-leash dog park, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. And Guy Stanfill, and then Ellen, that might be Wolf. Handwriting's a little hard to read.
My name's Guy Stanfield. I live at 9870 West 37th Avenue. I'm not as experienced as some of my neighbors going to the meetings and everything, but in October I attended a meeting, I think, of the Parks Council group, and we talked, and I could have swore they turned down the recommendation to sell this property. Y'all can tell me if I'm wrong, but that's why I don't know why we're here, really. I thought that was, when they recommended that there not be a sale, that was all there is to it. But I'm sure that I'm missing something. Also, the traffic with Apple Ridge, and it's just terrible. It's going to be very terrible with the traffic, but that's already been said. But I just thought the Park Commission voted and turned down the recommendation to sell this property. Like, maybe I'm wrong. Was I wrong? Am I wrong? Thank you.
Thank you. We have Alan and then Odarka Figlis.
My name is Alan Wolf. I live at 9745 West 35th Avenue. The main reason I am opposed is for three reasons: traffic, traffic, and traffic. I mean, if we're going to have 4 times the amount of traffic, if I read the flyer correctly, and I don't think we need it, and I think it ruins the flavor of our neighborhood. We don't need any more tall buildings to block our view, which is one of the main reasons that most of us stay in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Odarka Figlis and then John Clark.
Odarka Figlis, and first of all, I want to say that for those of you that think this new thing, this is a very old retread idea. Shortly after the park was purchased, CVS came to the city asking to do pretty much the same thing, except that at that time they were willing to make a significant contribution to the city in return for getting some of the parkland. That proposition was just turned down outright, never even got to council. It was just such a bad proposition. Well, now they're back, but the only difference is now they want to get something from us. They're going to be coming to us and asking for a subsidy. The land, there's hardly any time to talk about anything here, but the entire piece of property was purchased for park use. It was never purchased with the intent of some of it being land banked and then later sold off to make some money. And are we really in the business of taking our very valuable parkland and without doing a thorough study to see if there's a good use for this, just selling it off to developments because we can make some money? Who's next? Have you guys actually analyzed to see if this is where we're getting the most bang for our buck per acre? Maybe there's another area that we should be selling because we can make more money on it. I think that's just not appropriate. This really reminds me of what's happened in some very corrupt countries in Eastern Europe after the fall of the Soviet Union, when a lot of parkland has been converted to private use. Your Parks Master Plan shows a deficit of more than 30 acres of parkland. Where in God's green earth are you going to find 30 acres in Wheat Ridge? You talk about Discovery Park. That park is beautiful. It's oriented towards youth and children. What about us older adults and almost senior citizens? And what about us senior citizens? Why has nobody looked at creating some of those really new great things that you can find by just a quick Google about senior parks and senior playgrounds, and creating parks that actually enhance the ability of people to age gracefully? Just look on the internet, it's easy. There's 30 years of work by the citizens of this community to get this park, not just by the neighborhood, by the entire community. And now we are now stuck with, you didn't have any public process, you didn't talk to the neighborhoods. Where were the neighborhood meetings? And now you can't let us speak more than 3 minutes. You don't even have a full council to vote on this. You should have postponed this entire thing. And a lot of people didn't come today because they did the math. They knew that if this was going to be discussed today, you would vote on it. You don't have the votes. Now you're talking about closing the public hearing today? What about the people that couldn't come here? And then what about Wheat Ridge Pharmacy? What about our local businesses? I'm sorry, I'm so upset by this. But I have a message. If you guys, I know if you want to hear it, I have it on my phone from Wendy DiLorenzo, who's the owner of Wheat Ridge Pharmacy, who's a guest. They have put a CVS pharmacy on the east edge of Wheat Ridge, and now they're putting another one. Now you're talking about subsidizing one on the other side of them. What about that business? And she says that of all the big box retail pharmacies, CVS is absolutely the worst. You know, really. Oh, and then talk about public policy. I respect Guy for getting up and giving his opinion. But you need to know that that's not the opinion of the Parks Commission. You should have had a recommendation from the Parks Commission as to this. Well, they voted, their recommendation to the City Council failed.
Thank you very much.
Their
Your time
motion
is up for
failed.
the evening. Mr. Clark is next. I would like to say very quickly that before Mr. Fitzgerald had to leave, we did have a full council to be able to vote on this because it's a vote of the seated council. Mr. Fitzgerald came feeling extremely ill.
Point of order.
And
We
he
did not have a
stayed.
full council.
Seated council.
No, it says
Yes.
entire council.
No, seated
Read the
council.
charter.
You can ask them. Anyways, Mr. Fitzgerald stayed for a very long time to try to be here for this. So I'm very sorry for the inconvenience and for the late night and for the limited time. Thank you. Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Still John Clark, still live in a single-family home with a half-acre of property over there at 4665 Swadley, where my 4-H kids raise goats and rabbits and chickens and a steer. I love my half-acre. So forgive me for not having the knowledge. I think sometimes the neighbors get a little confused, as I do, because we read the rules of order and procedure, City Council, Wheat Ridge, Colorado. And I don't want to dwell on this, and I'm sure I'm wrong, and that's okay, but the content of any speaker's comments cannot be censored. Any person desiring to speak on an agenda item must sign the appropriate roster of council chambers and confine their remarks to the relative item. There shall be no time limit applied. Suspension of rules, any provision of these rules not governed by city charter or code of laws may be temporarily suspended by 3/4 majority vote of council members present. Again, I'm not going to dwell on it. I'm sure that I'm wrong. I'm sure the code of laws or, I don't know. I'm not going to dwell on it. So last year when I was here, I was fighting a proposed ordinance or a zoning change for a property across the one that I was fighting tonight. I came in, made my case, and I quoted Joni Mitchell's song, because I'm a child of the 70s. I remember Joni Mitchell and her Big Yellow Taxi, and I quoted the lyrics, you know, they paved paradise and put up a parking lot. So I really don't know, you know, you can sell private property to private property, and I guess they can build whatever they want on it, because my property rights don't matter. You can change the zoning and build whatever you want. But now we're going to sell park property. It's just, it's amazing to me that we can actually go in and sell park property in a landlocked city. So the only song I could come up with from the 70s was Cat Stevens' Where Did the Children Play? And I will just read the lyrics. Oh, I know we've come a long way. We're changing day to day. But tell me, where did the children play? Because if we build 26 townhomes on the 2 acres over by my house and they don't have a place to play, they're going to have to go to the park. But then we're going to sell the parkland. Where in the fuck are these fucking children going to play? If we bring children into this city, where are they going to play? We keep talking at the schools. I'm the SAC chair at Wheat Ridge High School. I've been on the PTA for years and years. We keep talking about schools and bringing children in. And then you're going to sell parkland. And I don't care, Guy, I don't care if it's just sitting there doing nothing. It's parkland. It belongs to the city. And it doesn't, when I say the city, I mean the citizens of the city. It's a park. If you want to sell the property over there on Tabor, sell it and build your 26 townhomes. For God's sakes, don't sell the park. I think CVS Pharmacy sucks.
Okay, next we have Roy Jones, and then I think that's a Scott Jones. I think those are T's. That's okay.
Good evening, or maybe good morning. It's good to be with you. Roy Jones, Jones. I own the Apple Ridge Cafe. Have been there for 33 years. And about a year and a half ago, had this experience where CVS approached, talked to us, and was able through the last year and a half to really work through kind of the idea of moving a family business that we have outgrown about a 50-year-old building. We don't have enough parking. It is a very, we have come to, this has been a good, I've never been to one of these meetings, and so I've appreciated and learned a lot tonight. We love Wheat Ridge, and we love its people. I think for us, the opportunity to stay and be able to move across the street to be in the exact same basic location was really important. There's been a lot of thought that's gone into this on my behalf. I'm not getting any younger. You'll hear from my son. It's a family business. And for us, we feel like that it's an opportunity to have Apple Ridge to continue to be a part of the community and grow with it for the upcoming years. And I'd be willing to take any questions, but maybe this isn't quite the time, so I'll turn my time over to someone else.
Scott Jones, and then I have Ron Benson.
Scott Jones, Jones. I live at the Apple Ridge Cafe. I work there. Feels like it sometimes. I've been an employee over at my dad's restaurant now for about 2 years. I've grown up watching my dad run and own the Apple Ridge Cafe, and I can tell you he has poured his heart into this little cafe. As time has gone by, Apple Ridge has received a wonderful reputation. People love this place. Customers stop by from other states as they pass through town, and they come back, and they come back. Our customers have become our family. Some of our employees have worked there ever since I was an infant. Talk about loyalty. It doesn't happen in a lot of cafes nowadays. Our employees have become our family. There are many. This deal has come to my dad, I have watched him weigh out all of the options. He has not taken this opportunity lightly. I can tell you without a doubt that he has thought of his immediate family, his work family, and his customer family as this proposal has come to him. He would not entertain this idea if he did not think we would all benefit from it. With a brand new building, we can accommodate the new customers that we are getting to our growing reputation. Through word of mouth and social media, we are seeing new customers every day. And with great food and homey atmosphere, they keep coming back. All would benefit greatly by keeping Apple Ridge within a few hundred feet of its current location. With a beautiful new building, the same tasty food, and the same amazing customers, the Apple Ridge Cafe will be a landmark cafe for years to come. And I'd like to just add, traffic is just a part of life in Denver right now. We are growing and growing and growing. And with the entrance that Apple Ridge has right now, I would be concerned about the children that close to the intersection right now too, so that's something to think about. We could change that and keep our kids a little bit safer by changing the entrance as well. So, thank you.
Ron Benson, and then I have Henry Lithuate.
Good evening, Council, and thanks for hanging in there. I think they're hanging in there out in the audience, too. So, Ron Benson, my wife, Linda McDonald, and I live at 3875 Lee Circle over in Cambridge Park, directly behind the rec center. Been there 21 years. I'm coming to speak tonight with a couple of hats. One is for Roy Jones. Roy Jones has been there, a faithful person with a great business for 33 years, giving to the city of Wheat Ridge $20,000+ in sales tax per year for 33 years. The only drawback I see besides the 50-year-old building is he has room, he has 50 car space. By moving across the street, that's going to double to 100 car space, which will give him a much better business. It will provide more revenue for the city of Wheat Ridge. And I'm not here to argue with some of the folks that spoke before, but I spent 40 years in government and in the public sector. Houses do not pay for all of what City of Wheat Ridge needs to run the city. You need commercial development. You may not like it. You may not like it in your backyard. If we don't have, the rooftops are losers. They do not pay all the expenses it takes. If you don't have good commercial development, you do not move forward as a city. Wheat Ridge is landlocked, and I know, again, I was in the park, my job was parks, trails, and open space. That's enough for another time, I understand that. But I think it's very important to understand that there's a double win here. We should look at someone who's been faithful to the city of Wheat Ridge for 33 years. We haven't really talked about the Apple Ridge Cafe and Roy Jones. Whether it's CVS or something else, eventually there is in the charter that can be developed commercial, and the way I read it. And so there's a lot of emotion on both sides. I'm not here to debate it. I am here to say, though, that Roy went through many floods. He went through erosion in his right to the back of his restaurant, and he's still a wonderful guy. He takes care of our Wheat Ridge Optimist every Wednesday for 14 years and provides us breakfast. We need more Roy Joneses to be in Wheat Ridge. Thank you.
I'd like to ask for Henry Lithwaite to come to the podium, and John McMillan will be next, and then Amy Adams.
My name is Henry Lithwaite. It's Lewthwaite. And I live at 9860 West 37th Avenue. As far as the Apple Ridge Cafe is concerned, I think they're a good establishment. I like the fact that they are a low-profile building, and it would be nice if they could move. But I'm still concerned about that property and having a CVS there. And my main problem is with the traffic. And we're on 37th Avenue, which would be right adjacent to that. And as we, I guess the main concern is that more cars are going to be going down 37th. There are no sidewalks there, and most of the kids from the schools go down the road. People who are walking their dogs go down the road. And also people who are just walking for recreation are going down the road. And that is a big concern for me. And also on West 35th Avenue, which is right off of Kipling, as you come down the hill, cars come through that area. They come into our neighborhood. And I'm afraid with the CVS down there, there'll be more congestion at Johnson, so they're going to want to come down 37th even more. And it's a very, very nice neighborhood. It's been a very quiet neighborhood in the past. And I just would hate to see more traffic coming in there. That's it. Thank you.
John McMillan?
My name is John McMillan, and I know many of you already, and Janelle, I think, even knows how to spell my name. I'm at 9801 West 38th Avenue, one of the closest neighbors to the property, catty-cornered across 38th. Just want to say I came to my first meeting in this room a little over 25 years ago as a City Hall reporter for the Transcript, and after several years of that duty, and many nights later than this, I signed up for the Planning Commission and was here for 6 years hearing many of these cases. I don't think I ever heard such a portentous change being deliberated after such a brief presentation with so little information. I came here to learn tonight. I had a fairly open mind about this. And in 3.5 hours, I've learned nothing more about this than I knew 2 weeks ago. CVS wants to buy the land and put something there. Perhaps some of you know what that something might be. Given the coverage I've read about their merger with Aetna, they want to get more into the direct provision of healthcare services. So are we going to get a pharmacy or a clinic? I don't know. A clinic could be very tall. Maybe it goes up 5 stories. Many medical clinics do. We would allow that in our code, so we may be talking about that. There's no details about building style, coverage, setback. I know those are usually done at a later stage of development approval. If you say, if I can assume you're going to do the new building in the same style as the buildings, the Starbucks and the new Circle K that have been built on the west side of this intersection, I can only assume you're going to put them right up to the street and make them twice as tall as they need to be. We've built 20-foot high, 25-foot high, single-story commercial buildings. One of them is a Circle K that's under construction now. I had no idea what that would do to the mountain view coming down 38th, the red light. It totally obliterates it. We have uncertainty. All the neighbors have uncertainty, and all we know is what is being built seems to be oversized, too urban, and out of place. I think the considerations of ice on the hill is very important if they do build up to the lot line, as the city is encouraging to do. But my main concern, the main thing I want to tell you today is that by accepting $650,000 from CVS, are you going to retain the independence to do the due diligence and, if necessary, tell them they can't build what they want to build there? Or have you created some kind of implied contract, some obligation by which you've taken their money to build a CVS, and CVS will decide what they will build there? That's my main concern. I've never seen a situation like this. It looks a little like insider dealing, and you may be giving away all your leverage in further development approvals. Thank you. I guess my time is about to end. I would say that this should simply be put on the open market to see what it can bring from other buyers, and we also deserve proof why this can't be used as a park facility. I haven't seen any of those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Adams, before you come up to the podium, I'd like to pause for 2 seconds to ask our attorney a question. We are going to have to continue our meeting in about 5 minutes, but we are, however, still in open public hearing, and I still have Miss Amy plus 1, 2, 3, 4 other people to testify after her. So what is the procedure to suspend the public hearing to be able to suspend our council rules to continue after 11?
In the past, and it doesn't come up so often these days, but it used to more often, and it's perfectly appropriate to simply just pause the public testimony for the purpose of taking a motion to continue the agenda past 11 o'clock. And under the council rules, you've got a couple of choices. You can move to continue it past 11 o'clock. You can move to continue just portions of the agenda past 11 o'clock, or you can choose to end the meeting at 11, and anything that isn't finished will just have to be taken up at the next meeting. Typically, in the past, council is, especially if they're close to the end of the agenda anyhow, the council has taken a motion just to continue past 11 for the purpose of completing the agenda, and that'll be a proper motion here.
Thank you. And Mr. Dahl, can we continue after midnight? Or if
Yes,
we continue after 11?
Once you've triggered past 11, you go as long as you like.
So at this point, I'm going to, sorry, Amy, I see you're waiting. I'm going to pause the public hearing to see if someone would like to make a motion for us to continue our meeting past 11 o'clock by suspension of council rules.
I move to suspend council rules to allow council to operate after 11 p.m.
Thank you, Councilman Irvin and Ms. Dozman. And yes, Mr.
Sorry, I'm probably going to excuse myself as soon as we get through this. I've got a kid in the hospital and one at home that needs a parent, so that's me.
Thank you. Okay, well, the clerk, please pull the council.
Who was the second?
Oh, wait.
So
Ms. Dozman is?
Just for clarification, should we at least just get through this agenda item and then adjourn the meeting? I mean, will we have...
I think that item number 5 will be a pretty quick read. It's body-worn cameras. We still have 3 more. We still have 3 more items and have a quorum. Okay, thank you. Will the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. And thanks for the pause. And Miss Amy, please join us at the podium.
Hi, my name is Amy Adams. I live at 3390 Castler in Westminster. I'm a longtime patron of the Apple Ridge Cafe. I have felt like I grew up there as well. I love the people of Wheat Ridge, and I love the people of the Apple Ridge Cafe, the employees, and also the customers. When I think of Apple Ridge, I think of it as being like the kitchen of Wheat Ridge. Everyone always ends up in the kitchen together, and Apple Ridge is very much that way. We're a community, we're a family, we look after each other, and our kitchen is in desperate need of renovations so that we can take care of the people that we care about so much. A lot of our customers are elderly and cannot always get around very easily, and a new building would be a great way for us to make them more comfortable when they're with us. They don't always come to see us just to eat. We're there, like I said, as friends and family, and we want to make them as comfortable as we can, and a new building would really help us to do that for them and the community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'm going to totally mess up this next one. I think it's Bryn Jorgensen. Please come to the podium. And then I have Barbara Plaze next.
I'm Bryn Jorgensen. I live at 5274 Braun Street, which is in unincorporated Jefferson County, so that makes me part of Prospect Park and that area as well. You know, I've been listening to everyone, and I think, gosh, a park, yeah, we've got that huge park, and we're fighting over a half an acre in a corner that nobody has used, and that nobody talks about what would happen to a viable business that is at the corner, Apple Ridge Cafe, that if we put in this community park, or community garden that some people have suggested, that, you know, all I do is watch the kids go walking through there and leave all their trash from getting it at the convenience store across the way, and then they drop their trash all along the whole thing right back on up to school. So I can't see that that's going to make it any better. But having Apple Ridge Cafe has been such a viable community restaurant, and everybody has just gone. I guess none of them eat there because they're all out at their private parks. They're all out saving all the parks. But Roy has gone above and beyond, and his family has not only serves the community, but they will go out afterwards if there's leftovers to feed the homeless that might want a warm bowl of soup because they had some left. And they will help anyone. If you can't do something, they will help you. If you have family, they take food to longtime customers that can't come in. And by not letting this go through, this particular thing, Apple Ridge, we run the risk of them not surviving, losing a restaurant, which we desperately need in that area, and because he just can't, there's not room for him to expand unless he moves across the street. And so we're saying we want to save a half acre of land, put a family out of business for something that may or may not be used by the Park Service. I think it's a detriment to put out a business, run the risk of putting a business out that has been here for so many years for the sake of the half-acre property. And I see the lights on, so I'll stop.
Barbara, and then George, and then Zoriana will be the end of the public testimony that are signed up.
My name is Barbara Palaze, P-A-L-A-Z-E. I live at 10621 West 45th Avenue. I'm a big fan of CVS because I have a husband that I have to frequently rush to emergency with kidney stones. I came out of Lutheran Hospital one night and I waited 4 hours to get a prescription for him at King Soopers. He was in tremendous amount of pain, and he sat there with me for 4 hours while I waited. So I would welcome a pharmacy that's open for 24 hours. I'm also a big fan of Apple Ridge Cafe. They have wonderful homemade food. They're a wonderful family. And if CVS doesn't go in there, I don't want a dog park. I don't want to sit in Apple Ridge eating their wonderful homemade food, watching dogs do their business in a park where I'm sitting in a restaurant.
Mr. George, you're next, and then Zoriana.
Good evening, Council. My name is George Palaze. I live at 10621 West 45th Avenue. My wonderful wife, we've been there for about 8 years. Apple Ridge Cafe, wow, it's a icon of Wheat Ridge. It's a landmark of Wheat Ridge. When I lived in Denver, I'd drive up here to go eat breakfast and lunch. Just the other day, last Friday, I noticed there were people from the stock show, and they're eating from the stock show. So they bring business in from all over the area. The Jones family is that rugged individual who takes their savings, their money, and they invest it into a business, commerce, commercial business. Now, they can either lose that money or they can make a success of it. That's what our country was founded on, rugged individualism who invested in capitalism. And what did that do? That created jobs, which creates tax money for government to do what? Provide a service to the community. So the more people you put to work, the more tax money the government's going to make. And that's the idea of CVS Pharmacy. Now, Apple Ridge sits on commercial property right now, right? It's already zoned commercial. So they're going to probably move across the street to something that's already zoned commercial. You've got Sprouts, which is commercial. You've got the filling station going in across the street, which is commercial. Right just to the west of that's the dental office, that's commercial. So we're just moving one business, commercial business, to another area of commerce. I don't see the problem here. And CVS, if they want to invest their money into Wheat Ridge, whether they lose it, that's their business. If they make it, they make it. If they don't, they don't. But here you got a family that took their own hard-earned money, put it in their business, and made a success out of it. This is absolutely the American ideal. This is what America is about. This is what our country was founded on. Those kind of people that invested capital into a business to grow our country to what it is today. Now, as far as traffic goes, for me, I'm the lion I'm the Christian in the lion's den in the Roman Colosseum. You get rid of those bicycle lanes as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I don't see a bicycle hardly at all in them things. And what do? Take up space for a car. That's exactly what they do. I mean, how ridiculous is that? I mean, they got all these bike trails going down to down the creeks and the Platte River. Use those. You can get anywhere in the city of Denver on those bike trails. But no, we need bike lanes. You know, the traffic engineers are the ones that have to deal with the traffic problem. Let the city traffic engineers deal with that. But let's let Apple Ridge Cafe improve their business, hire more people to pay more taxes.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Mr. George, now Ms. Zoriana is next.
I don't need to spell my name for you again, do I?
Please do. It's for the minutes. Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry, Anna Morozovich, 3651 Ward Road. I have a packet here, a map, and an article to hand to City Council, please. Yes. Well, what a wonderful testimonial to Apple Ridge Cafe. Kudos to you. I don't know what's keeping you from moving. It's a free country. You can move anytime you want to. The proposal here is to sell land to CVS Pharmacy, whose annual revenue is $188.1 billion. We're selling them land for $650,000, a drop in the button. Its main competitors are Walgreens, Walmart, Rite Aid, Target, Costco, which make up most of the 17 pharmacies and one hospital pharmacy that are already located within a 3-mile radius of this park. 17 pharmacies, 3-mile radius. The jobs that will be created are typically minimum wage employees like cashiers who work at these traditional pharmacies. If the goal is to attract higher income earners to Wheat Ridge, why would anyone find this business model attractive? Entry-level positions are already difficult to fill in this tight labor market. I welcome council persons who wish to be informed about future trends to read the Forbes article that I just passed out, dated 6/18/18, outlining how Amazon will kill the CVS and Walgreens business model by instituting online pharmacies such as PillPack. This model will erode the pricing power of these and other pharmacy retailers. This is from Forbes. Okay, when this happens, what business does City Council propose to bring into this large empty building, which was now built, which the citizens of this city subsidized to build in the first place, and to continue to subsidize via TIFs? And what of supporting local businesses, such as Wheat Ridge Professional Pharmacy, who are locally owned and have been providing prescriptions and general health for over 30 years? Is it the city's intent to drive independent and locally owned businesses completely out of business? Don't know. Is that your intent? Where is the diversity in business? Is this sale to CVS the best and most creative plan that City Council can come up with? How about some forward thinking here? And what of the underserved communities and citizens? Discovery Park is a wonderful place for kids to play. But what of senior citizens, of which I am rapidly approaching that age, especially those who live in apartments and condos? Where do they go to play? Sit in the shade, put their toes in the grass. Perhaps this land would be a great park development for them. With all the things that I strenuously object to, what galls me the most is the non-competitive sale of this property. Open space, undeveloped land is becoming a scarce commodity in the Front Range, and it is not renewable. If something is built on it, we will never get that land back, never. Why City Council would contemplate getting rid of the land that the citizens of Wheat Ridge worked on for 30 hard years to obtain is truly incomprehensible to me. Oh well.
Thank you,
We as a
Zoranna.
city-
We appreciate you coming in to speak. Your time is up and we are moving on.
I just want to know whose resume is going to be padded by this.
What I believe that we'll be doing next is closing the public hearing, and then we will be looking for a motion to continue, but I wanted to ask Mr. Dahl, just double check that our process is correct there.
Sure, you've completed the public testimony, so you can close the hearing And for lots of reasons, you don't want to act tonight, and instead, it's appropriate to take a motion to continue it to a date certain.
And is February 11th, February 11th, we will have an empty council seat. So is February 11th an appropriate date to be able to continue it to in answering Mr. Matthews' question about council?
Yes, it is. I understand the perception that if there's a seat that's not filled, then you're not able to vote on the matter, but I've given a lot of thought and research, and what you have when you have a council vacancy that hasn't been filled, that's different than someone that's not here tonight, you know, that's absent for whatever reason. The council sitting at that time is the council you have, and when you're in a vacancy period, the council still is the council that's seated. So it would require the unanimous consent of all of the seated council members. If the seated council members are 7, then that's what this particular ordinance would require. You certainly have the right to continue it for, you know, for a long time if you like, but you would have the right to act on it. If the votes weren't unanimous, obviously it wouldn't be approved. But if all 7 were to vote for, in a context in which the seated council is constituted of 7, then it would pass.
Point of order, may I debate with Mr. Dahl on that a little bit? According to charter, it says unanimous approval of the entire council. It doesn't say the entire seated council. By my estimation, the entire council is comprised of 8 members. And how do we parse that entire council being down to 6 or 7 or whoever happens to show up for a given night?
Well, all I can do is repeat what I said. The people that show up, you know, a person that's not on that's on council and doesn't show up is still on the council. And let's take, you really raised 2 questions, as you know. Let's take up the second one first. If Ms. Dozman, for example, is not present at a given meeting, then the entire council still includes her, no question, because she's a seated council member. She just is absent for that particular meeting. The real debate you and I are having, and I understand it, is where you have a vacancy in the council, as you do now. At the moment, you have presently 1 vacancy. Does that mean that the entire council is not here when the other 7 are? In my opinion, and I've told you, is that that's the entire council at that time, and the entire council is 7. And I recognize the charter says what it says in section 16.5, but it has to be interpreted when you have a seated council that is less than 8. That's how I feel about it, and that's been the opinion I've given.
Thank you, Mr. Dahl.
I would suggest that we may have to vote on that at some point in time, because to me, the entire council, I mean, okay, if we have only 6 people here, what's a quorum of the entire council? I mean, entire council means 8, period. If how do we determine if we have a quorum?
You determine you have a quorum by...
We have to use the number of the entire council.
You use the majority of the then seated council, and that gets you a quorum. And I recognize that we don't agree, and respectfully, all I can do is tell you that this is my opinion. And I absolutely respect that we don't agree, but I can't change my opinion, but it is what it is.
I'm not for or against this particular issue, except if we're going to start parsing words on what the entire council is, then what's the point of having rules?
Well, we continually need to do that, and I'm continually asked.
Which I would remind council, by the way, that we're supposed to have a review of the rules within 3 months of an election, which we haven't done, but that's another point.
It's actually on our study session for January, the last meeting in January, the special study session after the regular meeting.
Okay, because it hasn't been on the tentative schedule.
So perhaps Councilmember Matthews can take this conversation offline with the City Attorney, Jerry Dahl. At this point, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I am going to turn to Councilwoman Davis. A motion is in order.
All right, so, let's see. Okay, so I move to, hopefully say this right. I move to, we've closed the public hearing, and I move to continue this case for action until council meeting where we have, I don't even know what to say after that conversation.
Can you repeat that?
Complete council, until we have a complete council?
Well, you've got a couple of choices. You need to tell me what you're trying to
Well, I mean,
accomplish.
are we doing February 11th?
That's one of the dates available to you.
But I guess it goes back to the debate of a full council.
Yes, it does. That's correct.
So
Your other choice, if you wish, to avoid that debate, is to
wait until we have everybody appointed?
is to move to continue the matter until there are 8 seated council members. That would be a proper motion as well.
I'll save my comments for discussion.
You'll just have to make one of the motion or the other and just decide which one you want to make.
I move to continue this matter, continue this public hearing, and for council action until February 11th, which is when the new council person will be.
Public hearing's been closed, so you wouldn't be continuing the public hearing, just
continue for council action.
Second. Oh, I don't think I can. Never mind.
Second.
Mr. Urban, second.
Urban?
Discussion? Will the clerk please poll the council?
She said to the 11th.
Oh, a motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We will be moving on to item number 5. And Councilman Matthews, please introduce item number 5.
Item number 5 on tonight's agenda. Resolution number 05-2019. A resolution amending the fiscal year 2019 general fund budget to reflect the approval of a supplemental budget appropriation for the purpose of accepting a Department of Justice grant and authorizing expenditure of funds for the purchase of body-worn cameras in the amount of $90,000. At issue, the Wheat Ridge Police Department requests the approval of a supplemental budget appropriation in the amount of $90,000 for the purchase of body-worn cameras for police and community service officers in fiscal year 2019. The amount requested in the appropriation has been previously awarded to the Wheat Ridge Police Department and accepted with the authorization of City Council under a Bureau of Justice Assistant Award. The appropriation requested in this action will be fully reimbursed by the BGA grant in the amount of $90,000.
Thank you, Councilman Matthews. And I see Chief is there in the audience. I believe he'll be giving us a staff report.
Just real quickly, our body-worn camera program pilot goes back to 2015 when we purchased body-worn cameras for our traffic team and CSOs to study whether or not they would be effective for the police department. In 2016, in a meeting with City Council during budget discussions, Council directed staff to explore opportunities for federal grants for body-worn cameras. The police department did that in 2016. We were not selected for a grant award that year. However, in 2017, in a collaborative Department of Justice grant with Golden Police Department, we were selected to receive an award. The essence of the grant is that the Department of Justice will reimburse us for 2 years of expenses at approximately $1,500 per camera. We've determined that we need 60 cameras for our police patrol division and community services officers. In the CAF, there is a breakdown under financial impact of what the costs for grants will look like from 2019 through 2023. It's taken us a while to get this grant approved. The Department of Justice is not an easy entity for a small, medium-sized law enforcement agency to work with. There were a lot of requirements on the grant, which we've finally completed, and we have done our purchasing requirements. We're ready to purchase the grants. The grant does require us to expend the funds, the $90,000 required for the grant, and then they will reimburse us. I have gotten repeated emails from the Department of Justice that says even though the government is closed, they still have money in the Department of Justice to pay for this particular grant. So I'd be happy to answer any questions council has.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions?
No.
Councilmember Matthews, a motion is in order.
Thank you. I move to approve resolution number 05-2019, a resolution amending the fiscal year 2019 general fund budget to reflect the approval of a supplemental budget appropriation for the purpose of accepting a Department of Justice grant and authorizing expenditure of funds for the purchase of body-worn cameras in the amount of $90,000.
Second.
A motion and approved by Ms. Leah Dozman. And will the city clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 6. Councilwoman Dozman, can you please introduce item number 6 for us?
Yes, thank you. Resolution number 03-2019, a resolution concerning the acquisition and acceptance of private property for the purpose of constructing, installing, maintaining, and using public improvements for improving Ridge Road by either negotiation and voluntary purchase, or, if necessary, through the utilization of the city's power of eminent domain, and authorizing such action as necessary to accomplish said purposes.
Thank you. Mr. Goff, you have a staff presentation on this item?
We do have Mr. Mark Westberg here if there's any questions. If you'd like a presentation, we can give one. If not, he can answer questions also. It's up to you. We've had a couple presentations on this already in the past.
I've seen this in the study session and in a meeting before, but I'll ask the councilors if they have any questions for Mr. Westberg. Councilwoman Dozman.
I'm not sure if this is an appropriate question for you or Mr. Dahl, but what would be the process of separating out the acceptance of the negotiation for the voluntary purchase of, and then potentially seeing eminent domain come back to us if that is absolutely necessary, as opposed to voting on them in one?
Yeah, you could certainly do that. The resolutions in front of you are kind of the typical instruct us to negotiate, and if we fail, authorize condemnation. But you can certainly divide that up and simply authorize negotiation at this point. And if those fail, before the city would be able to file condemnation, it would need a resolution from you authorizing condemnation, because that's a feature of the eminent domain law. So if you wanted to only authorize negotiation, then we do a little surgery right on the spot here, and you probably move to approve the resolution with the deletion of the authorization of eminent domain, and that probably occurs in the title, if I'm not mistaken, and a few other places where we could make that happen.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you. I would be totally in favor of Ms. Dozman's suggestion. I personally don't think we should be able to give eminent domain capabilities to the city without first having been able to determine what the exact circumstances are under which it would be used. So, and then I also don't think it would be fair to the citizens, because in part of the negotiations, then it's already a given that the city can hold eminent domain over their heads as a for sure solution, rather than having to come back to their elected officials before that tool could be used.
If I could add something, is we would plan on coming back to council. We wouldn't go to eminent domain without coming to a study session to talk about here's where we are with all the ones we've acquired voluntarily, and here's what's left, and here's where we are, and all those things. No way am I going to go file immediate possession of property without coming back to council and talk with you guys about it first. This is just our right-of-way consultants in the past and the current one have always suggested we just ask for both now, just because it simplifies the process. But we would not proceed with eminent domain without coming back and getting consensus from council to do that very thing. Just
then you would have.
I'm not going to go out and run amok if you do give me permission now, but we can go either way.
Then you would have no objection if we take the eminent domain out and.
Yeah, you'll be having to come back to us either way, so.
It saves me a council meeting later on is all.
The change, I had a chance to find the references. The surgery isn't that difficult. You would delete the last phrase in the title, which says, or if necessary through the utilization of the city's power of eminent domain. So you end the title after voluntary purchase. And I believe I'm correct in looking at the resolution itself. The only section of the resolution also authorizing eminent domain is section 4. So, not to put words in your mouth, but if you wanted to make the change, it'd be to approve resolution number 4, series of 2019, with the deletion of the final phrase in the title and section 4 in the body.
So I would be reading in another title, another resolution, so it would be 04.
It's 03, he misspoke.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay, I was looking at the next one because you got 2.
I know, okay,
Yeah.
yes. So it would be resolution number 03-2019.
03, yeah.
A resolution concerning the acquisition and acceptance of private property for the purpose of constructing, installing, maintaining, and using public improvements for improving Ridge Road by
voluntary purchase,
voluntary
period.
purchase. By negotiation and voluntary purchase.
Correct.
And then the motion would follow?
Yes, the motion would be to approve that resolution with the correction to the title as noted and the deletion of section 4.
Okay.
Other questions from council?
Go for it.
Ms. Dozman, motion's in order.
I move to approve resolution number 03-2019, a resolution concerning the acquisition and acceptance of private property for the purpose of constructing, installing, maintaining, and using public improvements for improving Ridge Road by negotiation and voluntary purchase, with the changes to the title and the deletion of section 4.
Perfect.
Second.
That was a motion by Ms. Dozman and a second by Councilor Urban. Will the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 7, Councilmember Urban, can you please introduce item number 7 for us?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Resolution 04-2018, a resolution concerning the acquisition and acceptance of private property for the purpose of constructing, installing, maintaining, and using public improvements for improving Wadsworth Boulevard. And my phone just, I'm having to use my phone because my laptop battery's dead. Let me just start over. Resolution 04-2018, a resolution concerning the acquisition and acceptance of private property for the purpose of maintaining, construction, installing, maintaining, and using public improvements for improving Wadsworth Boulevard by either negotiation and voluntary purchase. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Goff. Staff presentation.
Same situation here, and we can amend it the same way if you'd like, as resolution 3.
The only difference with this one is we do have to follow the federal process, so there are things that are outlined a little differently. With the other one, we don't, because there's not federal funding involved. So I just wanted to point out that this one does have to follow the federal acquisition process.
So, are you saying that we would be in some sort of default with the federal process if we removed eminent domain? Okay.
What you're doing is fine still. Yeah. taking the eminent domain thing is, we just do that as a second step later on. That's not a problem.
Questions from the council? Councilmember Urban, a motion is in order.
I move to approve Resolution 04-2019 minus the Section 4 in the resolution.
Second.
That was a motion by Councilmember Urban and a second by Councilwoman Davis. Will the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 5-0.
That brings us to the end of our agenda items. I would like to go with city manager's matters.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Just a reminder for all the public and council, the Wheat Ridge Passport is on sale now. A passport costs $25. The passport includes deals and special discounts to over 30 local businesses in Wheat Ridge. You can buy it on the city's webpage or come to City Hall. The money raised from the passport is going to help restore Wheat Ridge Patrol Car Unit 1 that was spoke about earlier this evening. So pick one up. Good deals in here. Thank you.
City attorney's matters.
Nothing tonight, thanks.
Elected officials matters. I'll start with Councilmember Matthews.
Not tonight, thank you.
Councilwoman Dozman.
Yes, I'd just like to get a couple of things on the public record. I've been reached out to by a couple of residents suggesting some items that they would like to see us study. So if some of my fellow council members would support me, and one of them was a discussion on safe injection sites and whether we would accept those or want those or have those in our community. And then the second item is the item in which one of the Victorian organizations came to speak to. I would like to discuss either a discounted rate or free access to some of our...
You and I already have that one on the futures agenda, just so you know.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Would anybody like to have a discussion about safe injection sites and support Ms. Dozman in that request to add it to a study session?
I'm willing to discuss it.
Thank you, Mr. Urban. Great. Is that it? Yeah, okay. Councilwoman Davis.
I want to say thank you to Tim, and, we love him a bunch. And I also want to say, boy, did you pick a meeting to chair. And good job. You did a good job. So that's all.
Aren't you glad I was easy tonight?
Councilman Urban.
Thank you, Mayor.
One more time. You can do it.
I can do it. I did it all night long. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. And like Christy said, this has been a meeting for the ages, and it's something that doesn't happen every day. And I just want to say thank you to him for his commitment and level of service and his willingness to show up and the grit and determination he had today to come in and serve the citizens of Wheat Ridge should be respected and taken note of, because the courage that he had to do that was impressive, and I just want to thank him for his years of service to the city of Wheat Ridge.
Thank you. And lastly, I also want to say thank you so much to Tim. And we've sat on a couple other boards together also, and I've really always enjoyed my time with him, and so I really appreciate him coming in and really trying to hang in there and be a trooper to try to be able to get that item for our citizens. He really did it so that the citizens could have their opportunity for their time, and so I really appreciate him really hanging in there for that. I do have one item that's going to take like 5 minutes of discussion, and please don't kill me, but it's very important. Next week we do not have a meeting because it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The following meeting that we have is when we will be appointing one of the two applicants for District 1. And so I wanted to make sure that we were clear on the process of how that works. Now, as far as I understand it, happened, Mike Stites was appointed, I was appointed, and then now we have these appointments. But we also have a treasurer and now another district seat open, so I think it's important that we have a system that everybody can kind of count on. Mr. Dahl, you have some thoughts on that?
I do. In the past, the council has done secret paper ballots that then sort of produce what looks like the agree, or the consensus choice, and then have taken a public motion to approve, to appoint or to whatever. The case law has changed, and there was a case in Arvada specifically addressing the filling of a council vacancy. And the court, it went up to the Colorado Court of Appeals, cert was asked for and denied. And so the Court of Appeals decision is the binding law, and it basically says no secret ballots at any point in the process. Not okay to do one that sort of tees it up and then you do the motion. And no secret paper ballots. So you just need to be aware of that. Your discussions and your voting will be in public, and that's what it'll be.
So as I understand it, Mr. Dahl, the process then will be that a motion will be made, someone will second it, and there will be a vote. The council will be polled on it.
You've got some choices. I mean, you could do that. You could have nominations if you wished, and have nominees. Well, actually, yeah, I mean, you could, but because you've interviewed and you understand the candidates, et cetera, then I think there's no way around just taking a motion and a second to appoint person X, and if that motion passes, you're done. If that motion fails, then you take another motion to appoint person Y, and that one has to pass to fill the vacancy. That's just what needs to happen.
Does council have any questions for Mr. Dahl about that?
I should also say it's not quasi-judicial, this particular matter, and it's perfectly fair for council members to be in touch with one another. That's fine. Sorry.
Councilmember Urban has a question.
As far as the timing of that appointment, does that happen at the beginning of the meeting, or is it an agenda item within the meeting and then they are sworn in at that point and then continue on in the meeting, or do they start the next meeting?
Good question. I think it's the only constraint is charter saying you've got to fill the vacancy within 30 days. So it would seem to me that I would consider putting it on early in the agenda. So the present sitting council would have an agenda in front of them. One of the first actions after approval of the agenda and maybe citizens' comments would be consideration of filling the vacancy and putting it right up top. You fill the vacancy, that person can then take the oath of office and assume the dais. Now that does mean that the candidates would have to maybe both prepare, and only one of them gets to use the prep for that meeting. But I understand they attended tonight and they've spent that time, and I'm really impressed by that. But I do think that the only other way to do it would be to do it at the very end of the meeting and save those persons the trouble of having to prepare and maybe not be on the.
And that's the current way. The Mayor Pro Tem has got it scheduled. She put it on the end of the meeting for the 28th. But
I did, just because I have personally been in that situation, and I felt like that was seemed more congruent rather than all of a sudden the vote goes and then you're really just kind of thrown it, put your hand on up in the air and then go sit in that chair and here's packet. Oh, good luck. So so currently it is at the end of the meeting. We do have a special study session, but they're pretty light items, and so I'll take comments on that.
If you haven't noticed, we're kind of running low on elected officials around here. And that's not to make light of anybody's situation, but it's just a matter of fact that if you've signed up to do it, jump in. And, there's nothing like the present. So I would ask that we do it at the beginning of the meeting, specifically because they need all the time they can get to get situated. And, I would agree that it is sort of jarring to jump in and get to it. But we, not only do we need to fill this vacancy, we need to fill the treasurer and another counselor. So I would say do it at the beginning of the meeting would be my preference.
Councilwoman Dozman.
I would agree with that. I think that both of them showing up tonight says a lot about their character and about their willingness to jump in and be prepared. So I think having that vote at the beginning of the meeting would be beneficial. But I also have a question about whether Tim's statement tonight, is that going to be considered his formal resignation? And I mean, do we start the process for the District 3 appointment tonight? I mean, when are we going to be posting that?
He did say he resigns as of the end of the next council meeting, which would be the end of
The 28th.
Yeah,
28th.
January 28th.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll have 30 days from there then.
And
Thank you
I'm
for that
inclined for us to, and I'll privately speak with him, just ask for something in writing, only just to kind of memorialize that. The public will want to know. So, but I heard the same thing that was stated. So,
Ms. Davis, do you have an opinion on before or after?
I mean, I can see both. I mean, I know that previously, I mean, usually we sit down with council people before and kind of go over things with them before meetings. I know they kind of have a little orientation before council meetings and stuff. So I see both. I mean, I think I wasn't here, so I apologize to both of you, but I did watch the videotapes. So I think they're both capable and probably can join in. So I think either's fine.
We can ensure both candidates get the packet also for the meeting, so they're both prepared.
Councilmember Matthews, do you have an opinion on this? Okay. Would somebody like to ask for, oh, yes, Mr. Janelle.
Well, are you finished with your elected officials
No,
matters? Because
I
I have something.
Okay, about this topic or?
No.
Oh, okay. So I would, how about a consensus? So you want before and you want before, you don't care and you don't care, and I said after. So is there a consensus to put it at the beginning of the meeting and get them a packet and get them up to speed to go? Just, okay. All right, you guys, it's a heavy meeting, so read it, call and ask questions if you have any questions. All right, and city clerk's matters for the evening.
Yeah, you think the council's getting small. We almost don't have a liquor authority, and I wanted to let you folks know that, and people out in television land. We're in desperate need of applicants for, well, all the boards and commissions that are, currently being advertised. But we've had one resignation and 2 folks that have said they are not going to reapply, and there's literally, we don't have a quorum. We're not going to have a quorum. So I think we're going to be down to 4 people. So if...
Have we been made aware of these openings? Like each council person? Like which of our districts?
For the liquor?
Uh-huh.
No, I'm telling you right now.
Just
Okay.
happened. Just
Yeah.
happened this week.
Okay. Well, on
Yeah.
the other boards and commissions, I guess.
Yeah, well,
Robin's working on that process.
for the advertising, yeah.
I know, I guess when you say advertising, I guess typically we know too, so that we can reach out to people.
But this is kind of urgent, and some of the people, one of the resignations is in the middle of a term. So we almost could, fill that, I think, right away. Couldn't we, Mr. Dahl? If,
sure, but we've got a process for that. It has to be
Yeah.
advertised.
And
my recommendation is, as we get the resignations in, that we just prepare a staff memo for the council, and they can trigger the process.
because there may be literally some brand new liquor licenses that don't get awarded if we don't have a quorum. So try to beat the bushes and find somebody for that. Thanks.
And with that, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Quorum.